Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gai Gora Madhur Sare. Tako sada hari bole dako tako bole dako sada hari bole dako grihe tako bone tako sada hari bole dako Sada hari bole dako bole dako sada hari bole dako grihe dako bone dako sada hari bole dako Bhajan ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে।
এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে।
এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে।
এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে।
গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে, গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে। জীবন হইল শেষ না বজিলে ঋষিকে। 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 ভক্তি বিনোদ উপাদে একবার নাম রসে মতরে। ভক্তি বিনোদ উপাদে একবার নাম রসে মতরে। গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে, গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে। হরে কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে। হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে। হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে। হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে। হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে। হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে। গায় গোরা মধুর Jaya Vrindavana Sri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohana
Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana
Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan
Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan
Keshi Gata Bangshi Bata Radhasya Kanana Jahasha Balila Kailo Sri Nanda Nanda
Keshigata Vamsi Vatan Radha Sakana Jahasha Balila Kailo Sri Nanda Nanda
Sri Nanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sri Damodi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsagan
Sri Nanda Yashoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sri Ramani Jaya Jaya Denu Vasagan
Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kitira Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhira Nagari
Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kitida Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Avira Nagari
Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavanamar Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batu Dijara
Jaya Jaya Gopishvara Vrindavanamar Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Bhakti Vijaya
Jaya Rama Gatha Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata Jan
Jaya Rama Gatha Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata
Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyaga Bhakti Tejahara Pailo Govinda Charan
Jaya Vrijapati Jaya Nagakanyaga Bhakti Tejahara Pailo Govinda Charan Sirasa Mandala Jaya
Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Sri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Vatsala Sri Gaurahari Bhajabhakata Vatsala Sri Gaurahari Sri Gaurahari Sahi Goshta Bihari Nanda Jasomati Chitahari Ela holo Damodara Ishaye Kana Bhova Mandire Bashi Karaha Bhajana Nandira Nideshi Bashi Giri Baradari Baladeva Saha Saka Vaise Sari Sari Shukta Shakhari Vaji Lalita Kushmanda Dalidana Dugda Tumi Dadi Mocha Kanda Udabora Mash Boda Roti Kagritana Saskuli Pistaka Kir Kuli Payasana Kapura Amrita Keli Ramba Kirashara Amrita Rasalanga Dwadasha Pakora Luchi Sinisar Puri Ladura Sabali Bhojana Korena Krishna Hoye Kutuhali Radhikara Pakayana Bibida Bhanjana Paramayanande Krishna Korena Bhojana Chale Bale Ladu Khai Srimadu Mangala Bagala Bajaya Deya Hari Bolo Radhikari Gani Hari Nayane Rakone Ripta Hoye Kai Krishna Jasoda Bhavani Bhojanande Priya Krishna Subhasita Bari Sabe Mukha Prakaloy Hare Sari Sari Asta Mukha Prakaliya Jata Sakagane Anande Vishrama Kore Baladeva Sane Jambula Rasalane Shambula Masala Tahake Krishna Chandra Suke Nidradela Vishalaka Shiki Pucha Chamara Dulaya Apurva Saya Krishna Suke Nidayaya Yasomati Anga Priye Danishtaya Nito Sri Krishna Prasad Radha Gunje Hoye Prito Adhikari Saki Gana Avashesha Paya Mane Mane Sukhe Radha Krishna Guna Gaya Hari Lila Ekamatra Jahara Pramoda Bhogarati Gai Thakur Bhakti Vinoda Madhava Katavatsala Sri Gaurahari Madhava Katavatsala Sri Gaurahari Sri Gaurahari Sahi Gosta Bihari Sri Gaurahari Sahi Gosta Bihari Nanda Dasomati Chitahari Nanda Dasomati Chitahari Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে দামোদর রাখি বর্ধন বেশে দামোদর রাখি বর্ধন বেশে হরি নিষ্কুত বৃন্দা বিপিনে সে হরি নিষ্কুত বৃন্দা বিপিনে সে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে জয় মাধব দইতে বৃষবানুদারি নব শশিলেকে বৃষবানুদারি নব শশিলেকে ললিত সাকি গুণ রমিত বিশাখে ললিত সাকি গুণ রমিত বিশাখে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Very nice lunch break. We will continue with the rest of our program. Coming up next is Dhir Krishna Prabhuji. He's going to be taking a class on the Rahasya class. So Prabhuji, without further ado.
Okay, just give me a second. Is my voice audible enough and clear?
Yes, Prabhuji, it's great.
Okay. So Hare Krishna devotees, please accept my humble obeisances.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Gurudev, all glories to all of you. Thank you for joining back. So we'll start with the Bhajan Rahasya sessions. So we'll start with Mangalacharan and we'll take blessings from our Guru Parampara and we'll pray that we can take this subject closely to our heart. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Uttapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavaischa Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadhutam Parijan Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopesh Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchan Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Stute Devi Pranmami Hari Priya Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvev cha Patitanam Pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaurtuse Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Sriman Kratu Adhikari iti namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaur Bhakta Brinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Mukam karoti vachalam Pangum langhate girim Yat kripa tamham vande Shri Gurum Deenatarinam. Vande Bhakti Vinodam Shri Gaur Shakti Swarupakam Bhakti Shastra Jas Samrajam Radha Rasa Sudhanidham. Let's pay our obeisances to Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, the embodiment of the potency of Shri Gaur Sundar. He is the king of all knowers of the scriptures of pure devotion and an ocean of the nectar of devotion for Srimati Radharani. So once again, thank you all, and with the blessings of Srila Gurudev and all of you, I will try to present my understanding of the topic that was given to me from Bhajan Rahasya. So please consider me as a student, and if you like something, please consider it as whatever we have heard from Srila Gurudev and our Acharya, our Guru Parampara, and please forgive me for any mistakes I might make as we proceed with this presentation. So once again, we all know we are discussing Bhajan Rahasya. It's an advanced topic, like everyone expressed when they were presenting their part, that it's an advanced topic. But just like whenever we take admission in a college or university, we do study advanced subjects so that we can foresee, what we have to aim for, what is our goal, and how we will be able to fulfill that goal in the near future. And with that particular mood, let's try to study. So quick recap, what is Bhajan Rahasya? Guru Maharaj wonderfully explained on the first day, and he gave a very, very wonderful introduction of Bhajan Rahasya. It's in-depth analysis of Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sikshashtakam, and along with 9 stages of bhakti, Ado, Shraddha, Tatha, Sadhu, Sang, atha bhajan kriya, tatha nars nivrati, shyat tato nishtha ruchi, and the Ashtakali Leela, the most confidential, sweet pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So the whole aim, the whole idea of this particular combination is to purify our chanting, because that is the foundation of our process. Our Krishna consciousness, the whole foundation is our mantra jap, our chanting of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So how can we purify our chanting and make it offenseless? Acharya says that if we can take even one name of Krishna without offense, we will get Krishna Prem right away. So that's important. It is for us to purify our chanting. And Ashtakali Leela is something that was revealed by. So it's a beautiful combination, and we will see how they tie together very, very nicely. Now, we also heard from Srila Gurudev what is Archan, what is Bhajan. Bhajan is something that we do at the spiritual platform. And Rahasya, we all know, confidential knowledge. But why this Bhajan is confidential? Because it can be only revealed when we have firm faith in our Guru and our Guru Parampara. And what kind of knowledge is this? The whole idea is how can we serve and attain the love of Krishna. Now in this book, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is revealing, it's kind of his personal diary, where he has revealed how he was doing the bhajan. But we will see, or we are seeing as we are reading it, it's such a structured and systematic manner he has revealed his personal routine and personal realizations. And by studying these personal compilations of our acharyas, we can enter into their heart and mind and understand their internal desires. Just like when we do Mangalacharan, we always say Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam. So what it means is that we have to understand what was the Manobhishta, what was the desire, the internal desire of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Unless we study or understand that desire, how can we serve him? Because that is the whole desire that is coming to us through our Guru Parampara. And we are expected to fulfill that desire as disciples, as devotees. And it is for all kinds of practitioners, depending on our levels. How can we understand it? Okay. Now, one of the secret is that we have to serve, right? But the real secret is to realize and to know whom to serve and how to serve. So we know that we have to follow the footsteps of sadhu. That is called as sadhu vartamanuvritam. And we have to serve with full faith and surrender. Now, this bhajan rahasya, or this bhajan, when we perform at the level of soul or spiritual level, it is performed just like Guru Maharaj was saying today also, in the association of like-minded devotees under the direction of Guru, with full faith, full nishtha and surrender. Srila Gautam Das Thakur sings, Chhadiya Vaishnav Seva, Nishthar Paiche Keva. One cannot be relieved from the material clutches unless we are engaged in the service of pure devotees. Because Lord Krishna himself is neutral. He can be even hard sometimes because he's neutral. Everybody is same for him. But devotees are always kind. That's how Krishna favors devotees, by sending the pure devotees, the acharyas, the spiritual masters. And we cannot bypass this Guru Parampara. So for us, the first step is to serve our Guru Parampara. Now we all know the stages of devotion. We start chanting, then the stage of anarth nivrati, we develop firm faith, then we develop ruchi, the taste in the process, in the names of Lord. And then comes attachment for devotional service. Now, because when we get a taste of something, then only we get attached to that particular person or that particular thing. And in the nectar of devotion, 5 main items out of 64 items described by Rupa Goswami, Srila Rupa Goswami is Tara Madhye Sarva Shreshta Nam Sankirtan, Nir Apradhe Nam Laile Pai Premadhan. So out of 5 main items, Sadhu Sangha, Nam Sankirtana, Shraddha Murti, Vigraha Seva, Bhagavad Shravan, and Mathura Vas, chanting of holy name is the best. So no matter how much advanced study we do, chanting of holy name is the foundation. Everything we are doing is for making it more pure, more relishable, more nectarian for us. Tara Madhye Sarva Shreshta Nam Sankirtan. And Bhajan Rahasya, this book is a torchlight to help one progress on the devotional path in the line of Srila Rupa Goswami. Like we, in the Gaudiya, Madhav Gaudiya Vaishnava Parampara, we are called Rupanuga. So, Ashtakali Leela. So we completed 4th chapter, and each chapter is assigned to one particular sadhana, one Sikshtashtaka verse, and particular Leela as per Ashtakaliya Leela. So we are now going to discuss the 5th chapter, which is Sikshtashtaka verse 5, the stage of attachment. So becoming aware of our eternal form as servant of Krishna, and performing Nam Bhajan, performing our chanting at the level of asakti, deep attachment, intense attachment for Krishna. And this is also Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has tied up this particular verse or this particular Ashtakaliya Leela with Sikshtashtaka verse number 5. And we will also read a little bit about the Leela that happens during this time. But let's proceed for now. Now, we know the path of bhakti is progressive. I hope everyone will agree with me, that we either go up in bhakti or go down. We cannot stay at the same place. We cannot say, that's it, I will not do any more bhakti, or this is enough for me. So that's why we are making continuous endeavor to advance in bhakti by associating with devotees, by following the instructions of Guru, and reading the scriptures. And so the idea is that we cannot stop at one place. Just like on this picture, you can see the slide. A child, when we were in the childhood, we all have the experience. When we are going up on the slide, it's very hard to stay at one place. Either we come down or go up. So the point I am trying to make is, of course, we have some apprehensions about the advanced topic that we cover sometimes, but the idea is we have to grow. And we cannot just stop at one place. So gradually and slowly, we have to advance. So, and the other important point is that if we are really serious and sincere about and convinced about this path of Krishna consciousness, this path of bhakti, then we cannot stay as neophytes forever. We have to make all the effort we can to progress. Now, before we go a little further, a question: why does Krishna perform pastimes? We are talking about Ashtakali Leela here. Any quick answer? You can unmute yourself. I hope the mute is not locked.
To give us the glimpse of Golok Vrindavan.
Very nice. So why it's important? Because let's understand what attracts us to each other. Why do we get attracted to someone? Or what is that feature?
Qualities.
Yes.
Qualities, Prabhu.
Perfect. Bingo. So somebody is probably very intelligent, that attracts us. Maybe somebody sings very nice songs. Somebody is good looking. Somebody is a very nice painter. Somebody is very, very cheerful, always happy-go-lucky. Somebody is very respectful. Somebody is very honest. Somebody serves very nicely. So all these qualities are there, and that attracts us to somebody else, or vice versa. Somebody else might get attracted to us because of certain qualities. So unless we are expressing these qualities, we will not be able to know each other, because we will not be able to relate to each other. So there is no relationship. So that's why Krishna performed these pastimes and he appears on this planet, Gulok, to perform these pastimes to attract each other or attract us to him, and to remind us of our eternal relationship with him, because the whole idea again is to make our relationship with Krishna that has got lost. So just wanted to make sure we are on the same page when we say why Krishna performed pastimes. So in this particular section that we are reading, the mood with which Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur is praying is the verse 5 of Sri Shikshashtakam. Ainanda tanuja kinkaram patitam mam vishwame bhavambudo kripaya tava pad pankaja sthita dhuli adashram vichintaya. O son of Maharaj Nanda, I am your eternal servitor. Yet somehow or other I have fallen into the ocean of birth and death. Please pick me up from this ocean of death and place me as one of your atoms of your lotus feet. So this is the mood. This is the mood of deep attachment with which Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur is praying in this section. He is sharing how he prays, and in the nutshell, he is inspiring us to develop this mood, to chant with this mood every day, with this particular intense attachment. And if we see the translation, O son of Maharaj Nand, so he's just not saying Krishna. He's in this verse, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is revealing the relationship. He is expressing that there is a relationship. Who is Krishna, son of Maharaj Nand? Similarly, he is somehow in whatever rasa, whatever mood, he is related to all of us. So we have to express, or we have to find that relationship. Now, when we talk about attachment, let's understand what is attachment. All the identities or identity we have is based on our attachments, because someone may identify himself as a father because he's attached to his children, his family. Somebody might be identifying himself as vice president or president of a company or a nation or a community because he's attached to that particular thing. So there is a book by His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. He was narrating a pastime that once Srila Prabhupada was attending a public meeting in a Kumbh Mela in India. So a person in that public meeting asked him in a challenging mood, so Swamiji, why are you opening so many temples? What's the need when there are so many temples already existing and they need help? So Srila Prabhupada looked at that person in his typical style, deep into his eyes, and he asked, why did you get married? That person was taken aback and he couldn't answer, of course. So Srila Prabhupada said, Ato graha kshetra suta pavitar janasya moha ahayam aham mameti, because you wanted to have son, family. But why can't you give shelter to so many orphan children? Why there is a need to have your own children? Because you wanted to have your own sons, that mamta, that mameti. Similarly, he said devotees wants their own temples to serve the Lord. So the idea is attachment is not bad, but we have to shift that attachment from material objects, material relations to Krishna. Similarly, in Bhagavatam, Shri Rishabdev speaks or instructs his sons that one becomes attracted to his body, home, property, children, relatives, and wealth. And in that manner, that the person increases the illusions in life by thinking in terms of I and mine. And Srila Prabhupada used to say, getting attached to Krishna is like getting attached to drinking. Like a person doesn't become a drinker overnight. What he needs a good association of drinkers. And then he practices drinking. Guru Maharaj also gives this example a lot of time. And then he practices drinking in that particular association, and then he develops that taste. First time or second time, it's not a good taste. Similarly, same science is applicable to anything else also in the life, including Krishna consciousness. So this attachment, this asakti is required to truly relish the Krishna consciousness, the taste of Krishna consciousness. And once we have that taste, we will not look for anything else, the higher taste. And that increasing taste in Krishna consciousness is the barometer of our growth in bhakti. So as of now, we are attached to our services, maybe cooking, cleaning, preaching, etc. And then we start seeing, oh, I'm doing this service. Actually, there is a person Krishna, who is getting pleased. Our guru is getting pleased, our devotees are getting pleased. And then we want to make our relationship with that person. And that makes the relationship or the service more sweeter. Okay, so we'll move ahead. So now when we talk about attachment, what should be the right attachment? The right attachment is Krishna and Krishna Jan, whoever is dear to Krishna. And who is dear to Krishna? Narottam Das Thakur says, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Advaita Sita, Hari Guru Vaishnav Bhagavad Gita. Hari Guru Vaishnav. So when we talk about Krishna, it's a package. Krishna and his parikars, the spiritual master and all the devotees, they all come together. So there are 22 verses in this section, in this chapter. So I will be covering 10 of them from verse number 12 to 22, 11 verses. So before we will move a little further, when we talk about getting attachment to Krishna, devotees and Guru, so when we start getting attached to somebody, we want to glorify that person. So that is the point here is, preaching is the essence. When we are getting attached to Krishna and his parikars, we want to preach about them. That's why it's like in Gopi Geet also, gopis are saying, Tava kathamratam tapta jivanam kabibhiritam kalmashapaham shravanamangalam shrimadattatam bhuvi granantiye bhurita jana. So the meaning is long, but in short, those who spread the message of Godhead are the most munificent, most kind. They are most glorious. Gopis are saying that 5,000 years back. So preaching is nothing but kirtan, Shuddha kirtan. And it is also being described as the highest form of bhajan by acharyas. So that's why we continuously hear from Guru Maharaj, from Srila Prabhupada, preach, preach, preach. And preachers are most generous and glorious. Even gopis have testified that. So now the verses we are going to cover will talk more about the prayers to Srimati Radharani. So just quick, I'm sure everybody knows about Radharani, but quick points. Who is Radharani? Radharani is nothing but Krishna. Both Radha and Krishna is one. Krishna's pleasure potency is Radharani. So when Krishna is exhibiting his pleasure potency, he appears as two, Radha and Krishna. Otherwise, Radha and Krishna are one, Yugal Swarup. And this oneness may be perceived by, when we become advanced in devotion, by the grace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now, in this picture, we see how Krishna and Srimati Radharani, like Krishna became two, as Shri Krishna and Radharani, and then when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared 500 years back, they combined again. So, following the footsteps of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives us Radha and Krishna. So this is from the philosophical point of view. From the rasa, the mellow point of view, this picture will give us little more idea. So Jiva Goswami says, Krishna chit isthita Radha, Radha chit isthita Hari, Jivana nidhane Nityam Radha Krishna Gatirmam. Radha is always firmly situated within the mind of Krishna, and Krishna is always firmly situated within the mind of Radha. So there is a reason I am covering this, because our prayers will make more sense when we'll go forward. And then I hope, or I'm sure all of us know who is Bhakti Vinod Thakur in his eternal form. He is a Manjari. So let's understand what is Manjari Bhav. Manjari Bhav is serving Radha Krishna in Madhurya Bhav. Because all these coming up prayers are going to be in Madhurya Bhav. And so there are, in the eternal pastimes of Radha Krishna, there are gopis and manjaris. Radharani is the best of gopis. Lalita Sakhi is the most dear servant of Radharani. Roop Manjari is the most dear servant of Lalita Sakhi. Let's see the equation here. And Kamal Manjari is the servant of Rupa Manjari. Kamal Manjari is nothing but Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur. So we are in the perfect parampara we are talking about. And who are Gopi and Manjaris? Srila Gurudev explained it very nicely. That one who has given their mind and heart to Krishna completely. And one more definition Srila Gurudev gave of Gopi Bhav or Gopis is trusting all devotees more than ourselves and loving all devotees more than ourselves. Trusting and loving more than we love ourselves or our body or anything related to us. So it's more about giving. Love, trust and cooperation. That is the motto. That is the foundation of Gopi. And Guru Maharaj says, just lip service won't help here. We have to show what we mean. And we have to give our mind to Guru and Krishna if we want to really be blissful in this life. Now, to give our mind to Guru and Krishna, we have to be very clear of our prayojan, our objective. When we say Krishna Prem is our goal, there is a price to pay. Right? So we have to understand the importance of that goal. So we all know Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared to give us the highest perfection of life, Prem Pumarto Mahan. Now this nectar instruction shloka number 8. So now when we say we know our goal, then what is the prayojan, what is the process? This verse perfectly explains our process. And we hear it from Srila Gurudev so many times. Wonderful verse. Tannam rupa charitadi sukirtananu Smrtayo kramena rasana manasi niyojaya Teshtan vraje tad anuragi jan anugami Kalam nayed akhilam iti upadesha saram. The essence, the summary of everything is that one should utilize one's full time, 24 hours a day, in nicely chanting and remembering the Lord's divine name, transcendental form, qualities, eternal pastimes, thereby gradually engaging one's tongue and mind. In this way, one should reside in Vraja, Golok Vrindavan Dham, and serve Krishna under the guidance of devotees, not Banki Man Mani, under the guidance of Guru. One should follow in the footsteps of Lord's beloved devotees who are deeply attached to his devotional service, like-minded devotees. So Guru Maharaj, what Guru Maharaj says, wherever we are, doesn't matter where we are in US, Canada, UK, India, wherever we are, we must take our mind to Vraja when we are chanting. We should do the parikrama in our mind of the Braj parikrama or the Vrindavan parikrama, visit 7 temples, Krishna Balram Mandir, all the Leela Sthalis, do the Mangla Arti in our mind, Darshan, Guru Puja. And Guru Maharaj, when he explains, there's a beautiful lecture where Guru Maharaj explains this, and he sings, Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavana, Shri Govinda Gopinatha, Madana Mohana, Shama Kunda Radha Kunda, Giri Govardhana, Kalindi Jamuna Jaya, Jaya Mahavana. So with this kind of consciousness, Guru Maharaj says, we can take a visit, like we go physically, right? So nothing to be scared of. In mind also, we can do the same kind of activities when we go to Braj. Just like when we go to Braj physically, we can do the similar activities in our mind when we are chanting. So we have to engage our mind in the favorable service of Krishna. Okay. Now, the whole process in Bhakti is to train our mind to become our friend and our true well-wisher. Just like Guru Maharaj was saying this morning, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Thakur says, every day beat your mind with the broom to keep it on track. Even Raghunath Goswami in Manusiksha, he says, pamper mind with nice words to make it friendly. Like, even just like we control a child or somebody who is out of our control through Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, we have to control this mind. So that is the sadhana, that is the practice we have to do. And why we have to do this? When we will do this? Because when we will understand the importance of this process. I took the note of Srila Gurudev's Vani on the first day. He said, become that serious and sincere in devotion to Krishna. It's not time, no more time to play around. This is emergency. Half or more of our life is already gone. So since all of us are serious to some extent and sincere, at least all of you are, that's why we are studying this topic, right? So Guru Maharaj's instruction is no more time to play around. We have to become that serious. We have to devote at least 2 hours every day nicely for Krishna Naam Bhajan. We have to renounce everything for at least 2 hours and focus on our bhajan. Very, very important instructions. We should read it or hear it every day. So our great fortune, I just wanted to bring it up because we are in the parampara, the great parampara of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And that doesn't happen in every yuga or every Mahayuga. It happens once in one lifetime of Brahma. So it's a great fortune that we are in this great parampara. So let's start with the verse number 12. I will just read the translation because I don't think we will have enough time. So in this verse, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is praying, abandoning attachment for family and friends, material pleasures, wealth, and all other spiritual paths, finding them distasteful, I take on my head and worship the dust of the lotus feet of Sri Radhika, which is a shower of wonderful transcendental bliss. For success in our bhajan, we really need the shelter of advanced and pure devotees. And best among the devotees is our gopis, right? And best among gopis is Srimati Radharani. Now in this verse, the first qualification is to abandon all our material attachments. So all the bad attachments, asakti. So does it mean that we have to renounce and go into the forest? Absolutely not. It means we have to fill our mind and consciousness with anything and everything that is related to Krishna and Krishna Jan, Krishna's Parikar. Again, Hari, Guru, Vaishnava, Bhagavad Gita, whole package. Krishna is never alone. He comes with the whole package. Now, desiring to serve the lotus feet of Sri Hari, Sri Guru and Vaishnavas, Narottam Das sings in a bhajan, we have to chant the names of Lord Hari. So that is another mood Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying, that we have to desire the service when we chant. The service of whom? The pure devotees. Shuddha Bhakta Charan Renu, Bhajan Anukul, Bhakta Seva, Param Siddhi, Prema Latikara Mool. The dust of the lotus feet of pure devotees, enthusiastic devotional service and service to the pure devotees of the highest order are the roots of the creeper of devotion. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says in his Sharanagati Bhajan. Now, when we talk about approaching Radharani or Krishna, again, when we say Krishna and Radha, they are one and the same. It's all a matter of rasa, mellows. But the first thing to understand is bhakti begins with Shri Guru Padashraya. And Guru's feet gives us feet of Radharani. So the equation is Guru Padashraya gives us Radha Padashraya, that gives us Radha Dasham, and that gives us the Kinkar Bhav. The verse following will be using this Kinkar word, so we'll understand what it means. But I just wanted to put that equation here, that the first step is Guru Padashraya and it cannot be skipped. Let's understand quickly, just like in every major town or big cities in India, we'll find a one coaching institution or that one particular famous teacher. When we enroll to that institution or get connected to that teacher, the students feel so much confident that they are getting the best mentorship and they will be able to crack their medical exam, entrance exam, or engineering exam, right? So by mercy of Krishna and devotees, we have got enrollment in the best spiritual institution and the best Guru Parampara of the best spiritual masters in the whole universe. Underline, whole universe. Why whole universe? Because Guru Maharaj says even demigods desire to take birth in ISKCON, in the families of ISKCON. So we are safe because this institution, this spiritual institution, this Guru Parampara is operating with the check and balance. Guru Maharaj very nicely explains that. So similarly, in these verses, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is praying to his master or her master, because in the Manjari Swarup it will be her master, the servant of Rup Manjari. He is the servant of Rup Manjari. So when we study and meditate on these verses, we should keep our Guru in mind and heart, our spiritual master in our mind and heart. Why? Because Bhakti begins with Guru Padashvaya. And how come Guru gives us the highest? Because he carries Radha Madhav in his heart. 24 hours, Guru carries Radha Madhav in our heart, in their heart. So when we get hold of Guru's feet, automatically we get hold of Radha Madhav's feet. In the next verse, Bhaktivinoda Thakur prays, O Radha, O Vrindavan, O Vrishbhanu Nandani, when by your mercy will I stay on the banks of Yamuna and wander on the paths within the groves of Vrindavan as I engage in your service as maid servant. So now, for us it means when we are praying to get attached to lotus feet of Krishna or Radharani, they will ask, okay, but what will you do after getting attached to my feet? Same point what Guru Maharaj says, just lip service will not work. Srila Prabhupada says, do something for Krishna, just don't sit idle. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving us or teaching us to become a kinkar. In this verse, Ainand Tanuj Kinkaram. So what does kinkar mean? Kinkar means Kim Karomi, how may I serve you? It's the servant, our eternal form. So attachment means service. We cannot say I'm attached to something without being serving anybody or the person. And from service comes the Kinkar Bhav, the Dasya Bhav. And what it means, following the instructions of our Guru Parampara, Goswamis, who are themselves Manjaris or their servants in their eternal form. Very important point. So our desire must be to become servant or kinkari of Krishna. Or we can say more of Radharani because Radharani is dear to Krishna, most dear to Krishna. And when we serve Radharani or approach Radharani, it pleases him more. And becoming servant is not so difficult actually. If we love someone, we naturally want to serve them. So that's why we have to shift our attachment from the material objects to the spiritual objects. So there's a beautiful verse in Guru Ashtak. Nikunja yuno ratikeli sethe yayali bhir yukter apekshaniya tatrati dakshat atiballabhasya vande guru shri charanarvindam. The spiritual master is very dear because he is expert in assisting the gopis, who at different times make different tasteful arrangements for the perfection of Radha and Krishna's conjugal loving affairs within the groves of Vrindavan. I offer my most humble obeisances into the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. So we are asking, we are pleading, our bhav should be, we are pleading to our spiritual master to keep us in his service. Tandir charan se bhi bhakt sanevas, janme janme hoye ye abhilash. Birth after birth, I may live with those devotees who serve the lotus feet of these acharyas. Next verse. By always remembering Krishna, who wears a peacock feather in his mukut by performing Sankirtan and engaging in the service of his lotus feet, by chanting the best of mantras and by remembering the most cherished service of the lotus feet of Radha within my heart, when will I relish the most amazing festival of attachment to Radha? So when we talk about or say the service of lotus feet of Radharani, it means following her desires and instructions. And how will we know her desires and instructions? Again, the same point, by serving, following, by following by serving the servants of Radharani, Dasanudas. Srila Prabhupada, in one of the lectures, I will just read it as it is. He said, so the best thing is that always try to seek favor of Krishna. And you cannot seek Krishna's favor directly. Kim ten te priya janam anu sevatam naha. You cannot jump over to Krishna without the favor of his devotees. Yasya prasadat bhagvat prasada. You cannot seek favor of Bhagwan directly. That is another foolishness. You must go through the servants of Krishna. Gopir bhartur pad kamalayor das dasanu dasaha. This is our process. So now let's see who is the most dear to Radharani. Lalita Sakhi. Who is most dear to Lalita Sakhi? Rupa Manjari. Who is most dear to Rupa Manjari? Srila Prabhupada, who spread the message of Srila Rupa Goswami in the whole world. And our Vartaman Gurus, all spiritual masters in the ISKCON, who are perfectly following Srila Prabhupada. So if we become perfect servant and disciples of such as bona fide gurus, then we can serve the lotus feet of Radharani perfectly through our Guru Parampara and pleases Krishna. And that's why Srila Prabhupada gave us this perfect package. Chanting of Mahamantra, morning programs, cooking for Krishna and devotees, Vigraha Seva, Yen Ken Prakaren Manaha Krishna Niveshayet. Somehow or the other, we can get engaged in the service and approach Radha Krishna through Guru Parampara. In this prayer, may I attain the service of Brishmanu Nandini birth after birth. She is the personification of the essence of the transcendental mellows of divine sports. With a form of the most wonderful transcendental bliss, she is the supreme goddess of fortune. Her lotus feet are difficult to attain even for the demigods headed by Lord Brahma. Just like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu prayed in Sikshashtakam, Mama Janmani Janmanishware, Bhavtad Bhaktir Ahetuki Tvai. All I want life after life is unmotivated devotional service to Krishna. Even Bhakti Vinod Thakur, he prays, I do not want liberation. Give me birth in a devotee's home, even if as an insect, so that he can get devotees darshan, eat his leftover prasad, hear names and glories of Krishna in that home. So that is the highest bhav, the desire Srila Rupa Bhakti Vinod Thakur is expressing here. In this verse, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur is saying, may my tongue be overwhelmed by relishing the nectar of Radha's name. May my feet be engaged in wandering the paths of Vrindavan, which are marked by Radha's footprints. May my hands be engaged in the loving service of Radharani, and may my mind be engaged in the meditation on the lotus feet of Radha. So again, it's the chanting, always chanting the names of Radha and Krishna. And the process given to us is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And this mantra can give us the highest, the prema, as we progress in the stages when we are chanting. And the lotus feet, we are always saying again and again, the lotus feet of Radha, right? What does it mean? Shri Guru Charan Padma Kevala Bhakti Sarma. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. And by lotus feet doesn't mean just doing the pranam. The most important thing is obeying the instructions. And it is always, the feet are compared with lotus because lotus is an embodiment of purity, compassion, and love. And our spiritual master is always eager to hear and chant about the unlimited conjugal pastimes of Sri Radhika and Madhav, about their qualities, names, and forms. Sri Radhika Madhavayor Apar Madhurya Leela Gun Rupa Namnam. Again, this is a verse from Guru Ashtak. So the idea is we must surrender to such a pure devotee, and just like Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is praying to his master, we have to pray in this mood to our master, our spiritual master. O Devi Shri Radhika, I am in helpless condition, drowning in an ocean of unhappiness. Please lift me into the strong boat of your mercy and give me the shelter of your lotus feet. The lotus feet of Shri Radhika are described as the ultimate goal of life. See, even Krishna desires to serve lotus feet of Radharani. Actually, she is Krishna's spiritual master when it comes to the rasa, the spiritual mellows. And there is a pastime of Krishna in when Srila Jayadev Goswami, who composed Geet Govindam. The Geet Govindam is very, very dear to Lord Jagannath. He listens to Geet Govind every day, even today. That Jayadev Goswami was composing Geet Govindam, and desire or the realization came to him that Krishna is saying, or he is desiring to serve the lotus feet of Radha. So Jayadev Goswami got a little apprehended. How come this desire or this particular realization is coming to him? It cannot be true. So he stopped writing, composing, and told his wife that I will go and take bath. I need a break. While he was gone out to take bath, Krishna took his form and came in the house, and he himself composed. It's a long pastime, I'm just telling in short. He himself completed that verse, confirming that that is true. Even Krishna is looking for serving the lotus feet of Sri Radhika. O Devi, I have no desire other than for the topmost attainment of servitude to your lotus feet. I forever offer obeisances to the position of being your Sakhi, but may I remain firmly attached to being your maidservant. This is my solemn vow. Again, Bhaktivinoda Thakur in Sharnagati, he says, Shuddha Bhakta Charan Renu Bhajana Anukul. The dust of the lotus feet of your devotees is the highest. So, for us, this verse means we have to get engaged in we should ask for, we should plead for the services in the lotus feet of pure devotees. Here, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is praying, O Devi, in great distress, I fall to the ground, offering your obeisances and prayers with a voice choked with emotions. O Gandharvike, please bestow your mercy on this pauper and count me amongst your own associates. So, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he says in Shikshashtakam, Nayanam glad ashrudhara, vadnam gadgad hrudayagra. When will my eyes will fill with tears of love? When will my voice will get choked with ecstasy when chanting your names? Again, the whole point is, what are we studying here is how to chant our rounds, how to chant our, what kind of mood to develop when we are chanting. It should not be a casual chanting. It should be, so we are praying. When will my eyes will be filled with tears of love, and my voice will get choked with ecstasy when I chant the names of Krishna. Now, this mood cannot be developed without Mahat Kripa, without the Kripa mercy of Guru, and without Guru Padashraya. This state will not be able to come. Because unless we are in the shelter of a Guru, and until we get the mercy of Guru and Sadhus, the Bhadra, the anarthas from our heart will not go away. And to develop this stage, that our heart has to be soft. Now, there is a pastime in Jagannath Puri, when Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was staying there. When he used to see a shila, stone, he used to be in ecstasy, and he used to run and hug stones as Govardhan Shila, thinking that it's Govardhan. Any pond of water he used to see, he used to get into ecstasy and used to jump in that pond and praying to Jamna Maharani, and he starts to roll on the ground. So that wonderful mood Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed. And that mood can only come with the mercy of Guru and devotees. Just like in Guru Ashtak, our Goswami's Guru Sat Goswami Ashtak, He Radhe Vraj Devi ke chalalite, He Nand suno kuta, Shri Govardhan kalp padap tale, Kalindi vane kuta, Ghoshantaviti sarvate brajpure, Kheder mahavihavalo, Vande Rup Sanatano Raghuyugo, Shri Jeeva Gopalako. Goswamis are chanting very loudly in the Vrindavan. Hey Radharani, hey Lalite, hey son of Nanda Maharaj, where are you? Are you just on the hill of Govardhan, or are you under the trees on the bank of Yamuna? Where are you? So very ecstatic mood our Goswamis used to have, and that's why Guru Maharaj has given us the instruction to recite these Goswami Ashtaka prayers every day. Beautiful prayers. When we recite these prayers with sincerity and attention, it brings a lot of mercy to us. I think time is up, so I will quickly cover next 2-3 shlokas. In this shloka, there is a prayer to achieve attachment for the service of Srimati Radharani, who attracts the mind of Krishna. We just discussed that, how Srimati Radharani is most dear to Krishna, and pleasing her pleases Krishna even more. And what pleases Srimati Radharani? Serving the devotees, serving the Guru, because Guru is carrying Radha Madhav in his heart. He is always engaged in the service of Radha Madhav. So serving those devotees will bring Mahat Kripa to us. In this verse, it is a mood of a sadhaka who has attained attachment for Radha Dasya. It's about the remnants of Sri Krishna are called Mahaprasad. So the garlands, the oil, the fragrant oils, clothes, ornaments, just like Uddhav Maharaj, he used to only use whatever was already used by Krishna, his clothes, his ornaments, his remnants of everything. So here Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is expressing the desire that may I always honor your eminence. Srila Krishna's Kaviraj Goswami also says in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhakta Pad Dhuli or Bhakta Pad Jal, Bhakta Bhukta Avshesh, Ei Teen Mahabal. The foot dust of a devotee, the water that has washed his feet, and the remnants of food left by him are three very powerful items in bhakti. So quickly about this, we are talking about this Panchamayam Sadhana, chapter 5. So here the mood is bhajan in the afternoon, which is from 3:30 approximately to 6 p.m. And this is the time when Krishna is actually returning from herding the cows. It is also called as Aparahan Leela. And we are talking about doing the Nam Bhajan at the level of Asakti. Nam Bhajan with Asakti. So in this Leela, in this time, this Ashtakali Leela happens every day. So now Krishna is returning from the forest back to Vrindavan. Now when Krishna is herding the cows, the Brajvasis are in deep separation throughout the day when Krishna is not in Braj or not in front of their eyes. Krishna is always in Braj. And they are always singing his names and glories constantly, waiting eagerly for him to come back. Now, throughout the day, Radharani is also deeply thinking about Krishna. And she sometimes sends her Sakhis to find where Krishna is he nearby now? And always looking eagerly on the path where Krishna is supposed to come back with cows. So that kind of meditation is happening here. In the Gopi Gita also, Gopi says, Chalasi yad vrajach charyan pasham nalina sundaram nath te padam shilat rankure sidatina kalilata mana kant gachati. This is the situation of gopis. They're saying, dear master, when you leave the cowherd village to herd the cows, our minds are disturbed with the thought that your feet, more beautiful than lotus, will be pricked by the spiked husks of grain in the rough grass and plants. So very, very intimate bhav gopis are expressing that the point is the whole Braj, all Brajvasis are only thinking about Krishna. When he is in front of them, they are having pastimes with him. When he is away from them, they are always chanting his glories, whatever he has done in the past day, or what is his quality, how beautiful he is. That kind of meditation is happening. So the point is that we are talking about chanting at the level of asakti, attachment. So when we are chanting, we can think about these pastimes. Okay, I think my time is up. There are a few more slides, but I will skip them. The bhava is same. So quickly, when we talk about Krishna's pastime in this Leela, in this Panchamaya, so we can meditate just like you can see Govardhan. I'm not sure if my mouse is. Here is Govardhan, and Krishna is with his cows and friends taking this path, Radhakund, Varsana, and coming back to Nandagaon. So he's having a lot of sportive pastimes. He's never busy. He's the most free person, right? He's never busy. And just like he is Tribhangi, Tela at three places, he just doesn't go in a straight line. He just roam around, does pastimes and go back. Little more clear view of the Govardhan. Few places of pastimes. So this is the area where usually he herds cows with gopas. Again, the essence of all device, the nectar of instruction 8. Tannam rupa स्वचरितादिषु कीर्तनानु स्मृतयोः क्रमेण रसना मनसि नियोजय श्रेष्ठान् व्रजे तद् अनुरागी जन अनुगामी कालं नयेत् akhilam iti upadeshasaram. We already discussed the meaning of the translation of that verse. Again, Guru Maharaj said, become dead serious and sincere in devotion to Krishna. No time to play around anymore. This is emergency. Half or more of half of our life is gone already. Every day when we are chanting 2 hours, just chanting and meditation on names, forms, qualities, pastimes and paraphernalia of Krishna. Okay, so I will stop here. Thank you for listening, and whatever I said, it was for me to implement. All of you are already advanced devotees, so please bless me. Anything, any mistakes, please forgive me. And if any, I'm not sure there is a time for question or anything, but if there is any important point, you can bring it up. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam.
Prabhuji, I just wanted to thank you for this amazing presentation. I mean, I don't have words about the pictures that you used and the way you simplified such difficult concepts for the ease of our understanding. Goes without saying, there's a lot of hard work put in, but each picture in each of the slides. Sorry, can you hear me? Yes.
We need to mute. Sorry.
Sorry, Prabhuji, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was saying, Prabhuji, each picture in each of the slides spoke 1,000 words. Very beautiful presentation. Totally loved it. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. All glories to Guru Maharaj. That's the only thing I could do because subject was very tough.
No, that's the best thing you could do, Prabhuji.
I was trying to hide myself.
That's the best thing you did because, to make it so simple for all of us to understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Dandavat Pranam, Prabhuji. Where did you get the pictures from? They were beautiful. I can see them for hours and hours. Where did you get that from, Prabhuji?
I will share it with you, Mataji. It's all available.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You must have searched a lot.
Thank you, Mataji.
Especially the last 2 ones where, all the places were shown. Very beautiful. Please share.
It is just by mercy of devotees.
I think we have a question. Gopal Govind Prabhuji.
So if no questions, is there any question?
Prabhu, I have one question. If you go back to your first slide where the all the yam are listed.
Yes.
In that, the timings are mentioned in that, right?
Yeah.
So I have this basic, maybe like, I don't know, maybe. So my question is really the timing of this. How does it? What is the source of these timings? As well as there are some like few minutes gap between the one yam to another yam. So what is that gap?
Yeah, there should not be any gap. That will be my mistake. But the idea is you can see the approximate times, and this is in given in Govind. I'm forgetting that name of the Granth. It's all authentic and bona fide.
Govinda Lilamrit.
Govinda Lilamrit. Thank you.
Govinda Lilamrit.
Govinda Lilamrit. So technically there is no time. Some places you will find like 3:36 a.m. Somewhere you will find 3:30 a.m. So it's pretty close, approximate.
Yeah, like so, like this patient, the fifth one you had, that's at 3:36. So I was surprised that where the 6 minutes gone.
Yeah, so Yeah, some places you will find it will mention 3:30 p.m. or some places 3:36 p.m. But Krishna Lila is it's happening continuously. He's never free. He's never inactive. He's always jumping around.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Prabhu. As Aisha Krishna Prabhu said, very nice presentation with the colorful
All praise to Guru
pictures.
Maharaj. All praise to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. Are there any more questions at this point?
Prabhuji, humble request, can you circulate your presentation?
Sure, Prabhuji. Absolutely.
Please. Thank you, Prabhu. So nice. Very nice presentation.
So it's already 2:40, and we already have the next devotee with us. His Grace Padmanabh Prabhuji. He is from Harrisburg. Most of you must be knowing him. He is also very dear to Guru Maharaj. Prabhuji is a senior disciple of His Holiness Radha Govind Swami Maharaj. And he is the reason we are in Bhakti. He is the reason we met the Gurudev. He is the reason we are still in Bhakti here. So very, very wonderful devotee, wonderful family. And I cannot, he's our friend, our mentor, a lot to us. And it's hard to explain in words. So I already took 20 minutes of you, Prabhuji, but because I know I have some liberty with you, but we have a lot of flexibility. We will go 20 minutes, a little more also, and we will. We want to hear from Prabhu a lot more than me. So please feel free to complete everything you want to speak. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. Welcome to the retreat.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu, and I really don't have a lot to say, so thank you for taking that 20 minutes and trying to protect my honor here, so that I, until now all the devotees thought that Dhir Krishna Prabhu does not lie, but today he just introduced me, and there were a lot of false statements in the introduction, but I hope those are his blessings, and whatever he said, they come true for me. So it's a tough act to follow. I don't have any slides. Actually, I'm as ill-prepared as I am for most of the times, and unfortunately, you'll have to see this horrible face as I speak for the next 40 minutes or so. So is there time for just quick prayers before we start, Dhir Krishna Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhuji, floor is all yours. Please take as much time you want.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Paschatyate Satarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivas Adi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna. So I don't know who chose the topic, probably Kratu Maharaj chose the topic, but very wonderful topic of Bhajan Rahasya. Definitely very much above my league to speak about, but Prabhuji gave me this seva, and that gave me an opportunity to see, where at least I have to still go, and what needs to be done from my side in order to attain the goal of this human birth, and to really appreciate the mercy which has been shown by Srila Prabhupada and all the Vaishnavas and Guru Maharaj. Sri Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, in his Tika of Bhajan Rahasya, writes that he has seen Sachidanand Bhaktivinoda Thakur practice bhajan in this format. There is Ashtayam Leela Seva Paddhati in our Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, and especially Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings, who take very much to the heart. They try to train the devotees to serve in the footsteps of the gopis. And they also, the goal is to go into the mode of Raganuga Bhakti. And in order to enter into the realm of Raganuga Bhakti, one has to be a very sincere sadhak, and sadhana bhakti, Vaidhi bhakti should be done very properly and under the guidance of devotees, especially spiritual master, following each and every order, Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitate Korite Akya, and every day executing Vaidhi bhakti very properly. Slowly we come to the platform that we gain the mercy and we follow in the footsteps of Brajvasi, who has raga, who has prem for Sri Krishna and Srimati Radharani. And Anuga, following in the footsteps of those devotees of the Brajvasis, in Anugatya, under the guidance, we enter into the Paddhati or the Raganuga Bhakti Ram. And this is something that we cannot do on its own. It cannot be done artificially. It has to happen by the mercy and by sincere discharge of Vaidhi Bhakti. And that is what Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada Ji Maharaj also writes, that he has observed Sachidanand Bhaktivinoda Thakur to discharge his Ashtayam Bhajan in such way. Yama is a measurement of time. There's about 8 yam in a whole day. So it's called Ashtayam, 8 yam. And it's also called Ashtakaliya Leela, which is 8 kal. And there is a very wonderful book written by Sri Awadh Bihari Lal Kapoor, Braj ke Rasik Acharya or Braj ke Bhakt. And if anybody who knows Hindi, anybody who knows how to read Hindi, please consider that as a blessing, because that book is very sweetly written in Hindi. There is translation in English, but Awadh Bihari Lal Kapoor wrote the book in Hindi, and his heart just pours out. And you can see how the devotees of Gaudiya Sampradaya, they are walking in the footsteps of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Rup Sanatan, Bhatt Raghunath, the 6 Goswamis, Sachidanand Bhaktivinoda Thakur, even Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, who has himself written Govindilamrita and who has outlined the Ashtakaliya Leela and so on. So you can see how the devotees practice that. I can only talk about myself. I have a long way to go. I don't know how many more births. I don't know how many more years. I don't know. But as we will see in the 6th Yama, or the 6th chapter of Bhajan Rahasya, that even a fallen person like me has a hope that they can walk in the footsteps of Brajvasis of Raganuga Bhakta. So Prabhuji, Dhir Krishna Prabhu talked about the 5th Yama, and I'm given the seva of reading from Bhajan Rahasya and talking about the 6th, or which is the Sayankalin. And one of the most important thing in the Sayankal, see what the devotees do is they meditate on the pastimes of Krishna and Radharani happening during that time period. One of the pastime which has been described in Sri Govindilamrita that happens in Sayankal is Shri Radhika Sayana Kale, Krishna Lagi Pathaile, Sakhi Haste Vivida Misthana. Srimati Radharani in Sayankal. Sayankal is when the sun is setting, so the day is about to end and the night is about to begin. So anybody who grew up in India knows that at least in our household it was a standing order. No matter where you were in your city, Sayankal you have to come home. My Nanaji had a standing order that Sayankal means you have to be in the temple room and there is an arti that happens at Sayankal, and you perform that arti. And that Sayankal is one of the very cherished time by the devotees because, inadvertently, even people who are not practicing Ashtakalya Lila, they practice discharging some devotional service during the Sayankal. So during the day, most of the Radharani tries to think how to serve Krishna, and she comes during the daytime. She cooks for Krishna, cooks his lunch, and then she also, meets with Krishna at Govardhan and Radhakund, different places. But in the evening, when the Sayankal is coming, Sri Radhika Sayankale, Krishna lagi pathaile, Sakhi haste vivida misthana. Radharani herself does not go because she has duties to perform at her home. She is living with her mother-in-law and everybody else in her own household. She has a household. So what she does is she cooks nice misthana. Misthana. Mist is very delicious. Mist is also called sweet, but mist also means delicious here. Misthana. Anna is different perhaps. Krishna lagi pathaile, for Krishna she sends, with whom Sakhi haste vivida misthana, with her Sakhis, with her friends, he sends them to Nanda Baba's house in Nandagaon. Krishna bhukta sesa ani, Sakhi dila sukhamani, Pana Radha haila prasanna. And when the Sakhis come back, Krishna sends with them the remnants of what he honored, right? Because when Radharani makes some things, Krishna does not eat that, he honors that. Just like when we get prasad, we honor prasad, we don't eat prasad. Similarly, when Radharani cooks something that is so much high up in the pedestal, Krishna honors whatever Radharani cooks. So Krishna, whatever he has honored, he sends back with the Sakhis. Radharani gets that, and she considers herself very fortunate in getting this remnants of Krishna. Devotees like Sachidanand Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Goswami Srila Krishna Das, Goswami Sri Raghunath Das, they all take pleasure in meditating these pastimes. And by the mercy of Krishna, they are able to visualize these pastimes as they happen. Snata Ramya Veshadhari Yasoda Lalita Hari Sakha Saha Godohana Kare. What happens in Nandagaon? Sri Krishna, when he comes home, Ma Yashoda, she gives Krishna a very nice shower, very nice bath. She decorates him very nicely. And then Krishna with Dauji and his Sakha goes to the place where all the cows are staying, and Godohana Kare, he milks the cows. Nana Vida Pakwa Anna, Pana Haila Prasanna. And then whatever Radharani has sent, Nana Vida, a lot of different food preparations. Krishna, Paina Haila Prasanna, he partakes them, he honors them with a lot of love, with a lot of happiness, because when anything that is cooked with love, it is beaming with happiness. When you see that preparation, when you eat that preparation, you feel the love coming in. Who loves Krishna more than Srimati Radharani? No one. So Nana Vida Pakanna, Pana Haila Prasanna, Smariyami Parama Adare. Krishna not only enjoys it very much, but Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says that I see this pastime and I remember this pastime Parama Adare with very love and with a lot of reverence, I look at this pastime. So this is one of the pastimes that happens during the evening, which is the sixth part of the day. There is another pastimes that happens where Krishna comes back after herding cows. And Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes about that also in one of the 26 slokas. Unfortunately, what I thought was, within an hour, it's very hard to go through the 26 slokas, because even if I just read the translation, I may be able to just read translation of 2 slokas, in 5 minutes properly, and then the time becomes over. So I thought I will just kind of do an overview, and sometimes I'll stop at some slokas and trying to expand a little bit more. And I hope you will forgive me for not following a set format here. And please forgive me if I'm not walking the path which I should have walked. So the 6th yama, which is been described by Sri Sachidananda Bhaktivinoda Thakur, is between roughly 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And it is said that there are 6 dandas after dusk. It is measured at 6 dandas. Even in Ashtakalya Leela, not all 8 portions are equal. Some portions are longer, some portions are smaller. There are 2 or 3 portions which are 3.5 hours. There is one which is 4.5 hours, and the rest 5 or 4 is 2.5 hours. Like this one is 2.5 hours approximately. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur is tying one verse of Sikshastakam with each yama sadhana. So in the Sashta yama sadhana, the slok that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is tying is Nayanam Galad Ashrudaraya Vadanam Gadagada Rudiyagira Pulakera Nichitam Bapukada Tavanam Grihane Bhavishyati. Hey Krishna, when will that time come that when I chant your holy name, Nayanam Galad Ashrudaraya, my eyes swell up with tears, tears of love, tears of separation, depending on what mood, what bhav we are sitting in, what is the time of the day, what kind of bhav we are in. But they swell up. The tears swell up into situation, in love or in separation. So in what situation I am, Nayanam Galadashrudaraya. Now there are some people who cry when they chant, and they cry out of miseries in their life. That is not what is meant here. Our sorrows, our problems in the life, sometimes people, they become very much agitated. Artha artharthi jigyasa jnani, this kind of people, they appear. We all fall in one of this category. They appear to Krishna. And sometimes when they chant Krishna's name, tears come out. This is not that kind of tears. This tears is either out of love or out of separation. Even when it is out of separation, it is out of love. So Nayanam Galadashrudaraya, Vadanam Gadagada. And this, you cannot speak anything. The voice gets choked up. Vadanam Gadagada Rudiyagira. Pulakher Nissitam Bapukada. And all the hairs on my body are standing on their end, and my body is trembling. Pulakher Nichitam Bapukada Tavanama Grihane Bhavishyati. When will that time come in the future when I just utter the word Krishna, when I just say the name Ha Shyama, Ha Shyam, He Shyam Sundar, and the tears will start flowing from my eyes as if just the dam just got broken. And when will this wealth of prem, of love, will come in my heart? There is a slok written, Bhaktivinoda Thakur uses this slok in his book, Premadhana Vina Vyartha Daridra Jivana Dasakari Vetana More Deho Premadhana. Hey Krishna, my life is just daridri. That is, I'm a very wealthless person. There is no wealth in my life. And why? Because I don't have premdhan. I do not have love, the wealth of love for you. Dasakari Vetana Mora, please engage me in your service. Please engage me in your service, Krishna. And what Vetan do I want? Deho Premadhana. Give me the wealth of your love. Actually, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu here teaches in order to get the wealth of love, one has to serve Krishna. Uh, one has to become dasa dasana das. One has to come to the platform, and that only in the stage of service love arises. Dhir Krishna Prabhu knows this. I many times when we talk amongst ourselves, we use this example that if a husband and wife, they don't know each other, they got married, and if the wife does not do any service for the husband and the husband does not do any service for the wife, but they just meditate on each other or just do not do anything for each other, then the love or the relationship does not get created. Even with a dog, when you take care of the dog, when you serve the dog, the relationship with the dog gets created. In order to create a relationship, in order to have love manifest, service, seva, and that too selfless is extremely important. And therefore, prema or bhakti is a verb. It's a verb. And it means it's action. It means it is seva. It is service. So when this prem dhan comes in one's life, then by taking the name of the premaspad, of the beloved, the eye starts swelling up. This is called the beginning of prema. When this situation happens in our life, this is called the beginning of prema. And further, Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains using Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and he shows what is the nature of this bhav, which is the beginning of prema. Premastu prathama avastha bhava iti avidyate. Bhava, actually, I don't know all the slokas. I'm just reading, and I'm like a newscaster who reads from some prompt, and you think I'm just talking to you. So, but I kind of summarize the slokas, and I'm just looking at that. So, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu's slok is used by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and he says that, bhava iti avidyate, what? Premastu pratham avastha. The first avastha, the first symptom, or when the prem starts coming into one, what is the first symptom? Bhava iti avidyate. And what is the lakshan of bhava? How can we say that this person this bhav is appearing? Asru pulaka deya. His pulaka, his body a little bit trembles, his hair stand on the end. Ashru, tears start flowing, and kampa, the body is shivering. When we take the name of our lover or our premaspad or Sri Krishna or Radharani, when this symptom starts appearing in one's life, I don't know how it is in other devotees' life. I'm pretty sure that after chanting the holy name shows the mercy on devotees. But every devotee might have experienced at least once in their lifetime of chanting, minimum 16 rounds daily, that there are days when suddenly while taking Krishna's name, you feel that your hair are standing up on your body. Suddenly you feel like a surge of love. When you're looking at at Sri Krishna in the temple room or something, and suddenly your eyes swell up out of love, you're drinking the beauty of Krishna as you chant his holy name. This is the beginning of bhava. When such situation comes in anybody's life, right, we have to fan this situation. This is like a spark. We have to fan this spark. And we have to fan this spark. How Bhaktivinoda Thakur will explain it further. In the company of like-minded devotees, Sajatiya Bhakta, like-minded. Sajatiya Bhakta means their inclination towards serving Krishna is very much same as your inclination, how you want to serve Krishna. That's called Sajatiya, because Krishna is unlimited, and he is served in unlimited ways, and he is served by unlimited number of devotees. So there's so many ways of serving Krishna, so many moods in which devotees serve Krishna. So we also, over the period of time, we develop a certain mood, a way of serving Krishna. So the bhav that start developing in our life by chanting of the holy name, slowly, makes that mood or the ruchi, how we want to serve Krishna, it makes it more concrete. Somebody likes to serve Krishna in Vatsalya. Somebody likes to serve Krishna in Sakya. Somebody likes to serve Krishna in Dasya or Santa. There is nothing wrong between any of them. They're all, from Krishna's point of view, on the same platform. So, but when we chant the holy name slowly, this bhava, because of the mercy of the holy name and the devotees, it starts developing, and then it transforms into ruchi. Ruchi means a taste towards a particular kind of seva for Krishna, and so on. But the most important thing is this bhav happens when our heart melts by sincerely serving Krishna in the way Krishna likes to be served. Krishnanusilanam. When we follow the orders of spiritual master as it is, when we serve Krishna as he wants to be served, not as we want to serve, as he, Krishna Anusilanam. That is what Bhakti Thakur writes. Just like, when we're doing jhonk in butter, you put some ghee, but the ghee has to melt. When the ghee melts and becomes very liquid, that's when you can add rye, you can add jeera, and you can add other things. And the flavor starts coming out of that. If you just have the ghee sitting, no fire underneath, and you put all those things in it, the jeera and the hing and the rye and everything, there is no flavor that comes out of it. So similarly, when we are following Krishna consciousness, the heat is very, very particularly, very, very religiously, very, very like I don't want to use the word fanatic, but life or death situation. I have to do whatever my spiritual master asked me to do. I cannot deviate from the prescription that I have been given to follow for Krishna consciousness. What Krishna likes, that is the only thing I will do. So that Krishna Anusilanam, so Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur writes, is extremely important for this bhav to awaken. Without this Krishna Anusilanam, it becomes very hard. After following in the footsteps of the acharyas nicely, however they have trained us, we do it nicely. Two ways this bhav can come in our life. One, it can come by doing this, by discharging the spiritual practice very nicely, religiously, day after day, or by the mercy of Krishna. It is said it's very hard to get bhav by the mercy of Krishna. It happens. It's not that it does not happen. By the mercy of Krishna or by the mercy of the devotees. But it is rarely seen to happen, right? Srimad Bhagavatam, there are examples. Chaitanya Charitamrita, there are examples. But it is not an everyday occurrence. What we have to do is we have to follow the Vaidhi Bhakti very nicely, very sincerely. And by following the Vaidhi Bhakti very sincerely, if Krishna happens to notice our sincerity, or Guru Maharaj happens to notice our sincerity, and they just bless us, then this situation will come that the bhava will arise quickly. If not, slowly, by the potency of discharging Vaidhi Bhakti, this bhav of prem will slowly arise in our right. There was one Babaji Maharaj called Jagdish Das Babaji Maharaj. He used to live at Kalyadaha in Vrindavan. And he used to meditate on Astayam Leela. And one of the Leela that he always used to meditate. See, all these devotees, they have one particular day, a time of the day where they like to serve very much personally in that time. So this Jagdish Das Babaji Maharaj used to serve and meditate on Godhuli, when Krishna comes back after herding the cows. So one day he was sitting at Kalyada. When you go to Vrindavan, you see Kalyada. So Babaji Maharaj's kutir was right at Kalyada. So he was looking towards the forest, and he was crying, and he was sometimes laughing, crying. He was exhibiting a lot of symptoms. So Gauranga Das Babaji Maharaj, who was his servant at that time, and Gauranga Das Babaji Maharaj is the guru, spiritual master of Awadh Bihari Lal Kapoor. So Gauranga Das Babaji Maharaj said, Babaji, ab kya dekh ke itna has rahe hain? Why are you so happy suddenly? What are you seeing that makes you so happy sometimes, and sometimes you cry out of ecstasy? So Babaji, Jagdish Das Babaji Maharaj says that, I'm watching Krishna, how he's playfully walking while playing his flute. Sometimes he walks backwards and Balram is dancing and all the gopas and the cows are dancing, and I'm seeing the beauty of Krishna. He describes. And Gauranga Das Babaji Maharaj says, when will I be able to see all these things? And Jagdish Das Babaji Maharaj just, unki gaal pe chota sa halka sa thappad maar ke, just like doing like this on his cheek, says, Ja tujhe bhi dikhega. Says, you'll be able to see this. And right after that, Gauranga Das Babaji Maharaj was able to watch the same Leela that Jagdish Das Babaji Maharaj was able to watch. This is the mercy of devotees. It's very hard to come by, but it's not impossible. What we have to do is, just like a child, Srila Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj always used to say that even the mother does not pick up the child unless the child cries. When the child cries and raises his hands, the mother's attention is diverted towards the child, and the mother will think, oh, the child is in trouble, and she'll pick up the child. Similarly, by discharging very nicely our spiritual practice every day, following all the things that our spiritual master told us to do and the devotees have taught us to do. When we do that day in, day out, facing all the difficulties in the life, and we do that, it attracts the mercy of Krishna. It will be tough. It's like sometimes drinking hot sugarcane juice. Sometimes it is drinking hot Karela juice. It's hard on some days, but despite of what it is, how hard it is, if we just keep our head low, surrender ourselves, and just keep drinking that juice, Krishna one day will notice us. Yes, and when he notices, that's when the mercy starts flowing. Or some devotee will notice us, and the mercy will start flowing. So when such a devotee executes devotional service in such a way, then the bhav starts awakening in that person's life, and he starts experiencing pulaka, the hair standing on the body, and the eyes swell up as soon as there is a name or pastimes of Krishna being described. So a person in whose heart this bhav has a reason, he starts displaying some qualities within himself. There are about 9 symptoms that person displays, which Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes. One is Shantir. He does not get disturbed by whatever is happening around him. Sukha Dukha, he's Saman. No, if something good happens, he's same. Something bad happens, he's still the same. Shantir. He's very, he's like Shant. He's not like a sinusoidal wave. He's not like alternating current. He's just like straight line, right? And what another symptom or another quality of that person is Yavartha Kalavatam. He does not spend his time avyartha. Each and every second of his life is very important. He knows that his life is very limited. People like me, more than 60%, 70% of the life is over. For me, I have to be very vigilant that my time is not, uselessly thrown out in things which will never take me closer to Krishna. So they very closely follow how they spend their time. And virakti, renunciation is found. They just don't run around rampant after making their senses happy. Extremely important for sadhakas, right? Virakti. But somehow it's like an each. That's not each. Let's just stay away from it. Try to look at the beauty of Krishna when something tries to attract us. Think of the beauty of Krishna. And then that will capture our mind and our senses, and that urge will go away. The most important symptom which is displayed by the person where the bhav is arising is manasunyata. One should not have one should not feel puffed up for any designation that person has. And this is especially, Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur writes, from the material designation. Oh, I'm born in a Brahman kull. I have sometimes heard devotees who say, oh, he just got his Brahman thread. I'm a Brahman. I know how to do Gayatri and everything and this and that. And sometimes they discriminate the devotees on the basis of where he's born, how much money he's making, or how he looks and so on. So this manasunyata, no material designation is going to make me think that I'm a very elevated person. Actually, amanena manadena kirtaniya sadahari. One who can chant the holy name, what is the symptom? Amanina manadena. One should not expect any man for oneself and should give all respect to the other person. This is the basis for chanting of the holy name 24/7. And that is the third yama, the bhajan of the third yama, right? In Astayam, the third one. So amanitvam is very necessary. And that symptom is extremely, if others are there, but amanitvam is not there, everything is useless. But if manasunyata, amanitvam is there, then everything else will also come and stay nicely. Then, what is one important symptom that comes into the devotee? Asabandha. He is very, very hopeful. He knows that by discharging this devotional duty that he is doing, if he just keep, one day I will meet Krishna. It is not going to happen. It will not. I had heard very beginning, many years ago, when I met Sri Guru Maharaj, he had a recording of Ajamil Katha. In Ajamil Katha, Maharaj is saying that the devotees should not feel helpless. The Shastra says that even if anybody has chanted the holy name of Krishna once, all auspiciousness will come on him and he will become a devotee. हम लोगों ने तो कितनी बार भगवान का नाम लिया है. हमको हमेशा उत्साह में रहना चाहिए. We should always be very enthusiastic. We should never lose faith that I will never attain Krishna, that I will always attain Krishna. I know Srila Prabhupada has given a word, my Guru Maharaj has given a word. I am following the prescription. And even if I am not able to follow it properly, I am trying my best to do that. Therefore, I will meet Krishna. Krishna will bestow his mercy on me. This asa bandha, this faith, implicit faith will be established in that person's heart. A lot of times, sometimes we see that the devotees, they feel a little rejected after practicing Krishna consciousness for many years, and they say, oh, nothing's happening. But this asa, this faith is very important. And along with the faith, samutkantha, utkantha. Utkantha is eagerness. Samutkantha means very eager to meet the mercy of Krishna. Not only we have faith that Krishna's mercy will come in my life, but I am very eagerly awaiting Krishna's mercy to manifest in my life. There is I'm not going to go into that pastime where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says you will meet somebody after so many million years and that person starts dancing. That is the faith. That is the samutkantha, right? And then another important is nama gana sadaruchi. Nama gana sadaruchi. One should have a lot of taste for the holy name. Not taste for the holy name which is sung in a melodious way. Not taste for the holy name which is sung by somebody with a very beautiful voice. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur used to sometimes ask devotees who had no skill in singing to lead the kirtan. And he would see that who is enjoying that kirtan also very nicely. Because we are not enjoying the singing. We are not enjoying the playing of the musical instruments. That is all external. It's kind of, sorry to say this, and please forgive me for saying this, but this is all spiritual sense gratification in a way. But a person who is ruchi, who has taste for the holy name, in no matter what form the holy name appears, that person enjoys that holy name. He becomes ecstatic. And that is why in the definition of the name of Krishna or Radharani or many other places, we will see that even if somebody utters the word Kri or the word Ra, that person becomes very fortunate. Why? Because as soon as somebody says Kri, we are thinking he's going to say Krishna, the name of my beloved. And the taste and the bhav awakens within our heart just by listening to the very first syllable or very first word. This is the ruchi. This taste comes in our life. How? By constantly chanting the holy name. And how is the constantly chanting holy name should be done? Trinadapi sunichena taroriva shahishnuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, very last chapter of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antilila, one should make a har of this verse and wear on his body. One should write this verse everywhere on his body. One should write this verse, make a wallpaper out of this verse and paste it everywhere in the temple room, in the house. Everywhere we see amanina manadena taroreva sahishnuna trinadapi sunichena. When that thing starts coming with practice, namagana sadaruchi. The ruchi, the taste develops. 24/7 we are able to chant the holy name. And then asakti tad gunakhyane. And another symptom of a person who has bhav, who's developing bhav, Guna akhyane. Krishna has so many qualities, and when listening to that qualities, there is asakti to that, towards that. And pritis tad vasati sthale. And wherever Krishna live, wherever Krishna perform pastimes, he has priti, he has love towards those, affection towards those pastimes. Actually, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes, Gora Amara Jesabastane Karilo Brahmana Range, Sesabastane Hiribo Ami Pranayi Bhakti Rasange. Wherever Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Gora Amara, look at the words, Amar Gaur. He's identifying so much with Gauranga Mahaprabhu, he has to write Gora Amara. He could have just wrote Gora, but he says Gora Amara, my Gora. Wherever, Yes Avasthane, wherever he went, Karilo Brahmana Range, wherever he went, with, he performed his pastime. Says Tavasthane, Heribu Ami. I want to go there. I want to see all that places of pastimes. I want to roll into the dust of that places of pastime. Pranayi Bhakata Sangha, in the Sangha of Pranayi Bhakta, of Sajatiya Bhakta, or loving devotees who has same kind of taste. And if one, people like, I don't know who's here from India or who's here from what country, but unfortunate, people like me who's living some other place, we can choose to mentally live in Vrindavan. This is the power of Astakaliya Lila. Astakaliya Lila is Smarana Paddhati. Smarana. Smaran means to remember. And one has to, even if we are very neophyte, extremely neophyte, we should take out some time during the day to just go to Radhakund or just go to Vrindavan. And, sometimes when you wake up at 4:30, when we wake up at 4:30, just think, oh, it's 4:30 in Vrindavan. Maybe all the devotees will go for parikrama. Let me quickly go out, take some jhadu and sweep the parikrama marg. Let me remove all the thorns, all the kankar panthar. This is how we reside in Dham at that time. There are so many examples where the devotees, they are sitting at some other location, they perform service like this. Shyamananda Prabhu is a particular example. There is a temple of Radha Shyam Sundar in Vrindavan established by Shyamananda Prabhu. No time to go into that pastime, but another example, how Shyamananda Prabhu in his meditation used to clean the kunjas of Radharani and Shyam Sundar and so on. We can do that too. We have gone to Radhakund, Shyamkund, we have gone to Govardhan, Barsana, Vrindavan, Krishna Balaram temple. Remember the maps of each and every temple. One day we can clean the temples. One day we can wash the temples. One day we can do this. One day we can do that. So many services to be performed. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we can sweep the whole Vrindavan. Manavege. The mind is so fast. By mind, we can go to Vrindavan within split of a second. Within the mind, we can clean whole Vrindavan within split of a second. The services are still awaiting us every day. A devotee should take initiative to take the services. And this is artificially, but slowly when we practice, this is called Vaidhi. The ruchi will develop, bhav will develop, then the ruchi will develop. And now it will automatically happen. We see something really nice to eat, and then we'll suddenly think of Krishna. Oh, this rasgulla looks so good. Maybe I can offer this to Krishna first. Or we can think, oh, when Radharani meets Krishna tomorrow at Radhakund, maybe I can offer this rasgulla to Radha Krishna at that time. So this kind of bhav, this kind of ruchi develops. And this is when this thing happens, when this kind of symptoms start being displayed in devotees, there are certain things that happens which is without the control of devotee. When most of the ISKCON devotees, how can you know that they are ISKCON devotees? No matter where they are standing, as soon as there is kirtan, the feet starts moving. I just came back from a funeral yesterday night. So they were chanting Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. And I was the only one, my feet were moving when they were chanting Sri Ram Jai. I didn't move that, it just automatically happens. This is the training that Srila Prabhupada gave us. So the one who has awakened bhav and is walking towards ruchi, there's certain things that happens in that person without him knowing. As soon as there is the name of Krishna and he hears the name of Krishna, or he sees the beauty of Krishna, or he hears the pastimes of Krishna, or he thinks about the places of pastimes of Krishna, these things happens. Nrityam, he starts dancing. Viluthilam, he starts rolling on the ground. He starts singing loudly, or he starts crying loudly, or his body starts trembling, or hunkar, he starts rolling loudly, making sounds, or he's yawning, becheni. When there is something becheni is very anxious. You start yawning because you're anxious to. When suddenly the name of Krishna appears, you become anxious to serve Krishna, and then the yawning happens, or heavy breathing happens. Just know that something of a big intensity comes in our life suddenly. The breathing on its own becomes very heavy. So the heavy breathing happens. We start losing the social etiquette or the lajja. Lajja means we will say, "Oh, I'm standing in the public. What will they think about me? What will they think about me if I behave in such a way? This that we will no worries about that. We forget that we are standing somewhere where people are watching us. We just start behaving in this erratic way on listening the name of Krishna or the pastimes of Krishna. And gurna, kabhi kabhi chakkar aa jata hai, that we become dizzy because suddenly the flow of bloods, goes somewhere else. And then hichki, suddenly we start hiccuping. So these are all the symptoms. This is just like Asta Satviki Vikara. That happens. So when this kind of situation happens, it's very hard for a person to deal in the daily life. So we all, as a sadhaka, we want to move to the stage of prema. So we will go into bhava, then it will go into ruchi and so on. So, but if all this situation happens and we start behaving like this, how will we go out and earn money? How will we maintain our material existence? What will happen to all the social things that we have, already entangled us into? What happens? What happens to our material designations? Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says this material designations will become insignificant to us from the core of our heart. Right from, not artificially, from the core of our heart, they will become insignificant. And what will we be identifying ourselves as? Gopir Bhartur Padakamali or Dasa Dasana Dasa. We'll be identifying ourselves as the servant of the servant of the servant of the master of the gopis. The Bhartur means master. Gopir Bhartur. Gopir Bhartur is Krishna. Gopir Bhartur Padakamali or Dasa Dasana Dasa. We will not think, I am this, I am a director of a company, I'm a vice president of a company, I have this many businesses, I'm doing this, all that designations will go away. Then, if we are behaving, we're identifying ourselves as Gopir, Bhartur, Pad, Kamali, or Das, Dasano, Dasa, how do we carry out our daily life? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explains, Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes that the person acts, once he comes into the stage, he acts in two ways. One, there's external act, and once there is internal acts, right? So there is externally, the person acts in one way, internally, the person is doing something else. And the example which is quoted by Sachidanand Bhaktivinoda Thakur is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quotes this example in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Also, there's an example given, I have heard by many devotees and many acharyas, that when in the village, when the woman goes out to get water from the well, they have three matkis, one on the top of other. And they go and they fill up the matkis and they are walking. When they are walking, it's like a group of ladies and they are talking about this person, they're talking about that person, they're talking about their mother-in-law, they're talking about so many different things. But that is all external. Internally, her mind is balancing the three matkis, which are on the top of her head, because she knows she has to take the matkis home, the pots home, without breaking them. Otherwise, her mother-in-law will be very angry at her. Similarly, a devotee who has come to this stage, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives another example. Pera vasnini nari vyagrabi griha kramesu tam eva sedyapi antara navasanga rasayanam. Just like a married lady who's fallen in love with somebody else, she does expertly her homework. Everything she does expertly in her home. She also serves her husband nicely, but in her mind, she's constantly thinking of the other person. This devotee, the sadhaka who is now about to walk on this Raganuga marg, he becomes an expert in discharging duties this way. And that is called Jiva Goswami calls that, and when this kind of situation where your heart is constantly hankering for Krishna, inside you're constantly serving Krishna, then the heart is longing continuously to participate in pastimes of Krishna, and that is called Lalasmai Vigyapti. There is Sri Narottam Das Thakur, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. When you read their bhajan books, there are many bhajans which are titled, and the first word in the title is Lalasmai. Lalasmai Pratna, Lalasmai Vigyapti, these has all very deep meanings. Lalasmai means we are yearning for such participating in certain pastimes. We are yearning to serve Krishna in a certain way. I'm going to, because it's already 3:30, I'm going to summarize the next few, the remainder of the slokas quickly. And when a person who comes onto this stage, it is very evident that the person who has come onto the stage has a very, very, very potent taste for the holy name of the Lord. And he is able to come to the platform of chanting of the holy name of the Lord without nama aparad. The aparad towards the name, the aparad towards the devotees, the aparad towards the living entities, they start going down. They start going down. And the nam becomes more and more pure. Nam becomes more and more pure. When we keep practicing Krishna consciousness, we keep practicing chanting of the holy name in this way, slowly, slowly, love for the form and beauty for Krishna increases. Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes about the verse Barhapinam Natvar Upayu Karneo Karnikaram Vipradvasam Kanaka Kapisham Vejayanti Chama. The beauty of Krishna is described. In Bhagavatam, so many slokas, the beauty of Krishna is described. When I read Bhagavatam for the first time, I was kind of a little bit frustrated because every few words, Sukadeva Goswami starts describing Krishna. Every few words, whoever comes, Narad Muni comes, meets Lord Shiva meets somebody else, this person devotee meets this. Suddenly, they start describing the beauty of Krishna. Or whenever Krishna appears or Vishnu appears, they start describing the beauty. And I was thinking, you just described 2-3 verses ago. Why are you again doing this? Why are you again doing this? But now we understand that this is not artificial. It just happens out of love. When somebody has the taste for chanting, they get attracted towards the beauty of Krishna. So Krishna who's sitting in our temple room, Archa Vigraha Swarup, suddenly when we see the Krishna, we see him like a lightning thunderbolt. We look at his eyes, we look at his the black, I don't know what is that black thing in the eyes called in English, but unko dekhkar bhavre ki yaad aati hai. Jaise, like the bumblebees, they are hovering on a reddish or pinkish lotus leaf, lotus petal. His eyes are like that because his eyes are wandering here and there, looking for the gopis, trying to search for his beloved Radharani. His hair, which are curly and they are falling on his cheek are reddish and glistening, and he has makrakar kundal, and when he walks, the shark-shaped earrings, they swing back and forth, and when they swing back and forth, they shine reflection on his cheek, and then his curly hair, they fall on his cheek, and it looks like clouds, rain-loaded clouds are falling on lotus. And when Krishna smiles, his teeth are like pomegranate birds, and so on. So the beauty of Krishna suddenly, it starts getting magnified and starts coming out and starts hitting us. We become totally swept away by the beauty of Krishna. And we suddenly fall in love with Krishna in all forms, especially the Archa Vigraha form. And we start serving him with so much love. We start doing so many things for him out of love for him. We just say, Pratima Nahitvi Saksat Vajandanam. We see Krishna particularly, standing in our temple room bent in 3 places, playing flute, looking here and there, and so on. And then slowly, the emotions which were in the heart of gopis they start arising in our heart. That is where this Sayankali Leela is concluded, that the gopis are the topmost devotees. The gopas and the gopis of Vrindavan, they are very fortunate. Their purpose of life, their existence, is to please Krishna. They have the real love for Krishna. They have raga for Krishna. That raga means one-pointed loving attention. They cannot think of doing anything else other than pleasing Krishna 24/7, 365. And these gopis and gopas constantly yearn. I was reading a very nice commentary on Narottam Das Thakur's book Prarthana, and in there it was written that when a devotee here fulfills his devotional service nicely, and when he's ready to enter into the spiritual world, he's transported. When he leaves this body, he's transported from here to the planet where Krishna is performing his pastimes currently. And he takes birth in the family of an Ahir. You know what Ahir? Ahir is a cowherd family. And he, based on his bhav ruchi, his taste how to serve Krishna, he takes birth as a gopa or a gopi or whatever, as an elderly gopi or a young gopi, or based on what is his inclination towards Krishna or his or her inclination towards Krishna, and serves personally in Krishna Leela. And after doing that, when Krishna finishes his pastime on that planet, he takes everybody with him back to Golok Vrindavan in the spiritual abode. We also go back to spiritual abode along with them. So at the end of this chapter of Sayankali Leela, Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes that the love for the gopas and the gopis are the topmost. And out of that, the love of the gopis is the topmost. And out of the Radharani's love is supreme. And one should try to walk in the footsteps of gopis, just like Uddhav Maharaj. He prayed to walk in the footsteps of gopis, or Brahma, Lord Brahma, who's our Acharya, he prayed to walk in the footsteps of gopis. We should all internally at least have a small goal written in our prayer book, that I want to just walk in the footsteps of the gopis, just like Uddhav or just like Brahmaji. They wanted to become a latapata. They wanted to become a blade of grass. They wanted to be somewhere in Vrindavan where the dust of the gopis will touch us when the gopis run to meet Krishna here and there. So by chanting the Ashtakalya Leela, or by remembering the Sastha or the sixth Yam Leela of Ashtakalya, where Nayanam Galadashru Dharaya Vadanam Gadagadarudiyagira Pulakir Nichitam Bapu Kadatavanam Grihane Vaishiti. This Sixastakam sloka is used by Sachidana Bhaktivinoda Thakur to describe how a devotee who has attained that stage can enter into the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes that all the slokas which are written in Bhajan Rahasya, Bhaktivinoda Thakur used to recite all these slokas at a certain time of the day, at appropriate time of the day. And as he would recite, he would have Ashta Sattvika Vikar on his body. He would be laughing, sometimes crying madly, and things like that. So I'm very sorry, I probably did not do any justice to what I was asked to do, nor did I cover all the slokas of the 6th chapter of Bhajan Rahasya. But as much as my ability was, I tried summarizing it, and I hope something which was spoken through me by the mercy of Krishna was appealing to all the devotees. I was able to give some pleasure to the hearts of the devotees who are listening here, that I was able to serve even a little bit in some way, shape, or form. Then I will feel that I'm very fortunate. Please pray for me, your servant, that whatever I just said, that could manifest in my life also, that I may have inclination to walk that path, that I may be able to uh, cherish or experience this kind of symptoms, this kind of ecstasy in my spiritual journey. And I know that I don't have any sadhan bal, so even though it is very rare, I do seek for the mercy of the devotees here and everywhere throughout the world, throughout the universe. Ekaki amaro nai paive aro harinam sankirtane, tumi kripa kori shraddha bindu diya, deho Krishna namadane. Dear Krishna Prabhu, thank you for allowing me to serve and making a part of your family, of Kratu Maharaj's family. We have known Kratu Maharaj for many, many, many years. Actually, he's a distant relative, not a distant relative, he's a close relative of my wife's aunt. And Kratu Maharaj, by his mercy, my wife's family in Chicago, they became devotees and they joined ISKCON. They were all in Swaminarayan Sampradaya before, and by his mercy, they came into Krishna consciousness of Srila, which is how Srila Prabhupada is shown. And by her mercy, I came into touch with Srila Prabhupada. I was an initiated devotee also in Swaminarayan Sampradaya. And by Krishna's mercy, our parents were very religious and they were following most of the things. And then after coming to US, there was a big vacuum as to how we will further our spiritual lives. And by Kratu Maharaj's mercy, Priksa's family became attached to Srila Prabhupada, and I got a chance to get attached to Srila Prabhupada and become very fortunate due to that. So I'm very grateful to Kratu Prabhu, and I'm very grateful for including me in your retreat and making me part of your family. Hare Krishna, thank you.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing. So easy to understand, and it's very, very, very amazing. Prabhuji, now we can open up the floor to questions if it's okay with you.
Yeah.
I believe Anandmay Krishna Prabhuji has a question. Prabhuji, if you could unmute and turn on your video.
Yes, Hare Krishna Prabhuji. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful lecture. Prabhuji, I really liked what you said about how we should worship our deities and how we should have a more personal relation where, you said, Pratima nahi tumi sakshat Brajendra Nandan. So how do we get to that stage? How do we develop that kind of love for them?
Mataji, I will answer as much as I know about this. What I have experienced is a personal relationship is very necessary. And based on the Swarup you are serving, based on what is sitting in your heart, if you try to look, you will think that, oh, Krishna is my brother, or Radharani is my sister, or he's my son, or he's my parent, or there's unlimited relationships with Krishna. Once we come to that conclusion, and if we are not at that conclusion, it's okay. First, we should start with I am their servant, I am their das, because Vatsya, Sakhya, Vatsalya, Madhurya, everything has Dasya in it. Without Dasya, they cannot stand. So Dasya is the platform on which all the rasa, they stand. So first we start with Dasya. If I'm a das and Shyamsundar is my master, what should I do to make him happy? What does he need? Actually, if you look at Krishna in his Vigraha Swarup, he has accepted a very helpless situation. If you see the form of Laddu Gopal, poor guy is standing with not even standing. He's on his knees, and he has makhan in his one hand. Another hand is trying to, just when nobody's looking at you, try to do that pose in your bedroom. It's very hard to stand like that. Now, on top of it, the devotees will put a big turban. On top of it, they'll put a flute also. Krishna will be thinking, I have makhan, I have flute, how do I make? But see, when this kind of, as a servant, when you look at him and you'll say, just when you send your child to school, you give him a thermos, you give him a lunch bag, you give him a big backpack, and then he will think, my God, how is my son going to handle all this thing and walk? Let me take this away, let me put this here, let me do this. When we start thinking ourselves as a servant of whoever is sitting in our temple room, this and think like this, practical application of, just don't think he's somebody, just think he's a handicapped person sitting over there. How do I serve him? How do I make things very easy and pleasurable for him? That dasya mode will kick off the remainder of your journey, because he's the master of all universes. By just of thinking, he can create universes and destroy universes, and he cannot open your fridge and take out a chapati even when he's hungry. That is the situation he has put himself into when he has agreed to come as a Archa Vigraha form in your house, right? So when he has agreed, please don't think that, when Krishna is sitting in our house in an Archa Vigraha form, it just happened. No, it is by so much mercy of so many, you don't know your Guru Maharaj, so many devotees, their mercy has happened that he has agreed to come and sit in the temple room to accept our service and not complain at all on how he is served. I've seen so many families, they just put few badam and some kaju, and Krishna has to ration himself the whole day, and then he'll say, Radha, I don't take much because this is only you get for the whole day, and then you'll get another one tomorrow. But when we see Krishna as a small boy, whenever my son becomes hungry, we think, if my son became hungry, Krishna is herding cows, he must have become hungry too, right? So when we apply ourselves as a servant, right? When I joined IBM, my boss told me, as a Prashant, he said, Prashant, just one rule, never get me in trouble. That's your job. Then I don't care what you do. Your job is just two things. I should never get in trouble, and because of me, my boss should never get in trouble. That's your job. Similarly, when Krishna decides to come and stay with us, our job is to make sure he is happy, he's satisfied. He's not going to, even though he can, he's not going to reach out the refrigerator. He's not going to go and turn on the fan himself if he's hot. But when we start thinking, just like what our son wants, what my husband wants, what my sister wants, what my brother wants, just like when we start thinking like that for Shyam Sundar in the Archa Vigraha form, this transformation will slowly come. People will laugh at us sometimes, ignore. That is called, you get rid of the lajja, samajik lajja. And when you go out, you make arrangements for him if you cannot take him with you. So all these things, and it will become hard sometimes. Now you want to eat a pizza, and my God, you're eating pizza and your son's watching you that he did not get to eat pizza. Will you eat a pizza like that? No. That your son's watching, oh, my mom's not giving me, that's okay, but I'll buy it and eat. No, you will say, I cannot eat that. I cannot eat what my son cannot eat. When we start seeing Krishna, just from the servant point of view like that, right? And start serving. Another amazing thing that Prabhupada has given us is Guru Parampara. Each and every devotee in the temple, on the third step or the second step, there is Guru Parampara. Every day, we should offer our Dandavat Pranam to Guru Parampara and say, please guide me. Please guide me. I will make a lot of mistakes, but you are seeing me, what I'm doing. You're not just pictures. And the Guru Parampara is personally present. We have to have that mood. And they are there to take away all our anarthas. They are there to give us whatever knowledge we are missing. They will provide us with guidance, with whatever. All we need to have is right intention to serve as a servant. It's very simple. No need to study Naradiya Pancharatra. No need to study the slokas, nothing. You think Krishna is only property of learned people? No. Actually, the biggest devotees are the one who did not go to school. When we are taught how to serve Krishna, We don't know how to make these mudras. We don't know how to speak. It's good if we know all these things. We can sound nicely. But if we don't, the heart should speak saying, Krishna, when I'm bathing you, I will check the water 3 times, that if it is cold or not for you. Because if we have, 3 Laddu Gopal, by the time you bathe first 2, the third one gets cold water. And so to be cognizant, small things that we are cognizant of. Krishna notices. More than Krishna, the Acharyas notices. More than Krishna, because Krishna is forgiving. He doesn't care. Radharani notices. Gaurnitai notices. They all notice. They give us their mercy when they see that we are trying to take extra care to serve, because we are understanding that Krishna has come in our house. And then the next step is, Mataji, honestly speaking, to think that the house belongs to Krishna and we are just the pujaris in the temple, living in the temple. Now, then you will realize how Krishna has only one small cupboard and we have 5 bedrooms and 6 baths, right? And how Krishna has only one plate, how we have so much paraphernalia. If we come into that mode, then us closing the door of the temple room and watching TV in loud, we will worry about Krishna will wake up if he hears this noise. Just imagine you have your own property. You have given to somebody to take care of the property, and the caretaker, the servant, sits with his like this on the sofa and does whatever he wants and do whatever you want. And when you go visit that property, he'll just give you something and he'll enjoy himself nicely. Will you like that? No. So these are just put ourselves in the role of a servant, a nice servant, serve. When by doing that, a bhav will appear in the heart. A bhav, a love. It is love that comes out, that I want to serve you as my brother. I want to serve you as my sister. I want to serve you as my father, my mother, my sakha, and so many. And then start serving him or her that way. If you're thinking that Krishna is your child, will you do Danvat Pranam to your child? Now, please don't quote me on this, because ISKCON can ban me when I say this. But what I'm trying to say is, once we have the mood, start loving him in that mood. He enjoys. He does not enjoy when Mother Yasoda pays obeisances to him. He enjoys when Mother Yasoda ties him up. Now, what I'm saying is not to be artificially done, please. Not to be artificial. One has to do that when that person comes to this state. And this is what Bhajan Rahasya is. Deity worship is the first part of Bhajan. Bhajan means smarana. And smaran means consciousness. And that is why Prabhupada called ISKCON International Society for Krishna Consciousness. 24/7 we are conscious about presence of Krishna in our life, about relationship of Krishna with us in our life, and us behaving, spending each and every second in our life with that knowledge of our relationship with Krishna and with that knowledge of Krishna's presence in our life. Our consciousness should always reflect that relationship. That is called Krishna consciousness. I'm sorry for a long-winded answer. I hope it helped you.
Prabhu, it was so wonderful. Thank you so much. Very, very nice explanation. Thank you.
Prabhuji, it was wonderfully explained. Thank you so much. At this point, I'd like to ask if there's any more questions. Okay, I believe that's all the questions there are. Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for taking the time and explaining. It was wonderfully explained and absolutely wonderful class. Thank you so much, Prabhuji.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhuji. I know you just returned back after a long drive, just an hour back before the class. So still making it up. Thank you so much. And I'm seeing the comments from all the devotees. They just loved the class, and I'm sure they got a lot of benefits out of it. There you go.
Wonderful class. Haribo.
And with your permission, Prabhu, I might disconnect also.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay?
Yep. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. My obeisances to Kratu Maharaj and Mataji and all the Vaishnavas. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Now we will continue with the with our program. I would like to request His Grace Chaitanya Dev Prabhuji, if you could please turn on your audio and your video for the bhajan.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, Prabhuji, perfect.
Haribol.
I have a new T-shirt. It's called Denver Jन्माष्टमी 25.
Prabhuji, can I also get?
I normally don't wear T-shirts, but I just ordered this. My friend owns KrishnaCulture.com. So he gave us like
5 types of rabbits.
25 T-shirts. Okay, so is my turn for Bhajan, Mataji?
Yes.
Prabhuji, you look 20 years younger now. Very good choice of T-shirt.
20 years younger?
20 years.
Oh my God. Okay. Let me get my mridanga, okay? Give me a second.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Till then, you can take a darshan of my deities.
Jai.
Okay, I'll be right back. No, just play Kartal. Sit there. Okay, you sit down here, please. Going. Okay. Let me open my Vaishnava Bhajan. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram. Where is the Vaishnava? It was a wonderful class by Padmanabh Prabhu. Beautiful class.
Haribol. Yes, Prabhuji.
Vaishnava sound. Okay, we are going to sing this bhajan, Gauranga, Bolite, Habe, Lal Samai Prathana, Uttam Das Thakur, what Prabhuji was talking about. Yeah. Let me know if I am audible and the sound is okay.
Prabhuji, can you just sing one line so we can make sure with the mridanga and the kartals?
Gauranga Bolite Habe Pulakashari. How is it? Is it okay?
Perfect.
So maybe you can mute everybody else. Then maybe it will come better.
I've done that.
Gauranga Bolite Habe Pulakashari. Hari Hari Bolite Nayane Bhakti.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, we can't hear you.
Yes, Prabhuji, everything is kind of muted. Not even one word. Okay.
His internet was giving trouble.
Hare Krishna Chaitanya Dev Prabhuji. I'm trying to unmute you, but it seems it's not unmuting. It's you're muted.
Oh, how can you unmute me?
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
So now the whole bhajan is gone. Okay. So I don't know till how far you heard, but
We did not hear anything.
nothing, huh?
No, Prabhuji, start again, Prabhuji.
It seemed it was good until when you sang this line, and then it just couldn't hear anything.
Can you now unmute me? Can you make sure that you are able to do that?
Now it's good, so I'm just not going to touch it. It's good, so let's leave it.
Prabhuji, maybe Gauranga wants to hear your bhajan again.
Jai Ho, Gauranga ki jai. Gauranga Bolite Habe Ulaka Sharira Hari Hari Bolite Nayane Bhakti Gauranga Bolite Habe Ulaka Sharira Hari Hari Boli Nayane Bhakti Ar Kabeni Taicha Karuna Hui Sansar Vasana Ho Kabe Tuchaha Kabeni Taicha Karuna Hui Samsara Vasana Kabe Tuchaha Vishaya Sadiya Kabe Shuddha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Gauranga Gauranga Jaya Gauranga Gauranga Jaya Gauranga Gauranga Jaya Gauranga Jaya Gauranga Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Gurudev Jaya Gurudev Shri Gauranga Mahaprabhu ki jai Sachidanandan Gaura Hare ki jai Shri Gauranga Mahaprabhu ki jai Jagat Guru Shri Prabhupada ki jai Guru Maharaj Guru Kratu Maharaj ki jai Anant Kodi Vaishnava ki jai. Thank you very much. Very well.
Thank you so much. Wonderful bhajan. Now we're moving on. Due to time constraints, we will be switching around the program a little bit. So up next, I would like to humbly request His Grace Damodar Krishna Prabhuji to please unmute and turn on his video and begin with the Bhajan Rahasya class. Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, am I audible?
Yes, perfect.
How much time do I have?
Prabhuji, if you could go until 5:15.
Okay. Thank you for being very generous.
Thank you.
Okay, just so I'll try to make it for 1 hour, and I'll time box it, and within 1 hour, however, whatever number of verses we can cover, we will cover. It's there is no point rushing it through. Whatever we can learn and understand, let's learn it properly. And in between, and if you cannot cover, that's okay. As long as we understand the essence, it is okay. Right. I need to share my screen. Can I share?
Yes, Prabhu, you can.
Yes, Prabhuji, you should be.
Oh.
You should be able to share. If you're unable to, let us know and we can enable that for you.
It's disabled. That's what I see here.
Dear Krishna, can you please enable it?
Sorry, what do we need here, Prabhuji?
If you can enable screen sharing.
Prabhuji, try now. Prabhuji, try now.
It should work now.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. Yes. Okay. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Kratu Adhikari Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasarine Nirvishesha Sundavadi Pancha Saturday Satarine Vancha Kalpataru Vyasya Kripa Sindhupya Evacha Patitanam Pavanupya Vishnupya Namo. My humble obeisances to all of you, all my God brothers, God sisters, and other attendees. I'm going to discuss part of chapter 6 and part of chapter 7. This towards the end of Bhajan Rahasya. It was a very interesting, I had a bit of reservation, as I could hear yesterday. Some of the speakers actually had a bit of reservations. So with that mindset, actually, I reached out to one of my senior God brothers and asked that, is it really worth doing, discussing about such exalted confidential topic? And, the answer from my God brother was quite stunning. Said that, we have no qualification to talk about any scriptures, or we do not have adhikar in that sense in any scriptures, but it's only because of the mercy of our Gurudev we can, deep dive into such subject matters. So I will consider this as a humble offering to my Guru Maharaj and to all you exalted Vaishnavas, my God brothers and God sisters. And we'll make an attempt to present in a way which is appropriate to the best of my ability. When I was going through the Bhajan Rahasya, and the reason I asked that question to my senior God brother was this particular verse, as you can see here, is taken from Bhajan Rahasya. So Bhakti Vinod Thakur says, Adhikar nala viya siddha deho bhave viparjaya buddhi janme suktira abhave. So what does that mean? If one thinks of this siddha deha without achieving the adhikar, his intellect gets bewildered. So I was quite struck by this particular verse when I started reading the Bhajan Rahasya, just to understand what it is. I heard before about it, and then I found, this verse has been mentioned. So it's really something that for me to discuss. And then I approached my elderly senior God brother. Anyway, so from my personal understanding, chapter 6 and chapter 7 are all about bhavas and the premas. So almost at the end of the 9 stages of devotional services, and some of you very nicely explained the initial few stages. We can see the 9 stages of devotional services actually from a point of view of our level of faith in Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna. Now, based on our as we go through this verse, based on our personal realization, we will be able to appreciate, understand, release these verses at different level. For some of us, it could be, a verse like a verse, right? Some narration, some description of some activities. For some of us, could be based on our personal realization. It could be as stunning as almost personification of Radharani or personification of the gopis coming out of those verses. Because the verses that we are going to discuss is none other than the moods of the gopis, the moods of Radharani, and the interplay of different kind of conflicting moods that Radharani actually manifests through his service, by his service to Lord Krishna. Very difficult to understand, very confidential also. But again, like I said, as my humble offering to my Guru Maharaj, we'll try. So, should be chapter 6. So, the left out verses of chapter 6, which is called Sasta Yama Sadhana, it's a Samkaliya Bhajana Bhava. So, we're basically talking about Radha Krishna's Ashtukalin Leela. So, this is the 6th Yam Leela. which is approximately for 2.5 hours, 6 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. As Guru Maharaj was yesterday mentioning, that Krishna comes back, after grazing the cows and returns back to home, and Radharani is going to prepare the meals for Krishna alongside with her different friends. So we'll see some of these verses now. So that's the context, and we'll understand what are the different moods of the Gopas, etc., which that goes on. The first verse will start with Gopi Bhav. Just a minute. All right. Asham Ahaj. So this verse is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.47.6 is taken from. Asam ahacharanarenu jusam aham swam vrindavanikim api gulma lata sudhinam yadistajam swajanam aryapatham chahitva vejur mukunda padavim struvir vimagram. দুষ্টজায়া আর্যপট স্বজন ছাড়ি দিয়া শ্রুতি মৃগ কৃষ্ণ পদ ভজে গোপী গিয়া আহা ব্রজে গুল্মলতা বৃক্ষ দেহ ধরি গোপী পদ রেণুকে সেবিবে ভক্তি হরি. So this is Sri Uddhava describing the excellence of the gopis, Prema Madhurya. So, aho, the Vraja Devis have given up everything that is difficult to renounce, such as children, family, and the path of chastity. And they have taken shelter of the path of Prema Bhakti to Sri Krishna, that is eternally searched by the Shrutis. My prayer is that in a future birth, I may acquire a form among the bushes, creepers, and herbs of Sri Vrindavan that receive the dust of these gopis' lotus feet. So who is speaking this verse? Uddhava. Who is Uddhava? Uddhava is that personality to whom Lord Krishna has spoken about Uddhava Gita, which is even more profound than the regular Bhagavad Gita that we hear. Now that Uddhava is talking about the moods of Gopi. So we have to understand who these gopis are, because most of our actions are driven by our mood and consciousness. So if we try to identify or try to analyze the moods, the actions of Gopi from a regular materialistic platform, we can be that can be misleading. So in order to, and that's what Uddhava is trying to identify and trying to tell us, because such a great exalted personality like Uddhava, if he is extolling the greatness of the gopis, then we have to understand what kind of consciousness that drove gopis to act in a manner which apparently in a fold of varnashrama dharma looks a bit at odd. So let us understand what are the different stages of consciousness that living entity goes through. So stages of consciousness, again, it's Bhaktivinoda Thakur's compilation. So it starts with Achhadita Chetana, or covered consciousness. What does that mean? The deficient bodily forms, the trees, rocks, they are under the influence of this Achhadita Chetana, covered consciousness. From then on, it comes to the stage of living entities like insects, which are the lower form. Insects, birds, beasts, reptiles, and aquatics. Their consciousness is at the level of contracted consciousness, which is called Shankuchita Chetana. And then on, it comes to the stage of Mukulita Chetana, which is a budding consciousness. And that's where the human platform starts with budding consciousness. And at the very beginning stage of that consciousness is basically Nitishunya or Nirishwara Noitika. What does that mean? That means in that consciousness, a human being will not have any taste for what is moral, what is immoral, any power to differentiate between what is right and wrong. And in general, that in that form, in that platform, the human being will not have understanding of God. So it's a typical the atheistic principles, atheistic philosophies when human being follow that's then the level of consciousness is called budding consciousness. From there it comes to the stage of vikosita chetana or unfolded consciousness. What it means is that at that particular stage, a human being starts thinking of sesvara noitikas. What does it mean is that we start understanding that there is a God, there is a Lord. We start believing, we develop a faith in Supreme Personality of Godhead. And we start our sadhana bhaktis, right? Of course, most of us, many of us maybe has come to Krishna consciousness out of fear, right? Most of us having having a little bit of God-fearing, element in our in the core of our consciousness and heart, which probably has pushed us to take the stage of Krishna consciousness. So for many of us it may sound odd, but actually Krishna consciousness is a bit obligatory, right? Which is okay. It's okay to start with, because we perform Krishna consciousness maybe out of obligation at the initial stage as sadhana bhaktas. But then once we start practicing, when we practice, when it fructifies, mature to a certain extent, then we convert from sadhana bhaktas to bhava bhaktas, and that is where we develop the mood of spontaneity. What does that mood? What is that mood of spontaneity? Where definitely we are not under the fold of rituals or regulations or certain we automatically develop a taste. We automatically develop attachment to Krishna, through which all the lower level of rules and regulations are kind of those boundaries are broken, and that's where the spontaneity develops. So that is called Purna Vikasita Chetana, or full-blown consciousness. Now, we all can understand that different level of consciousness will force us, or will push us to commit to different kind of actions. Now, what was the mood of the gopis? The mood of the gopis were actually transcendent to all the different consciousness that we talked about. They were actually in the above. They were actually stating up. They were actually situated above those 5 states of consciousness, and hence, when someone is transcendental in nature, when someone's activities are transcendental in nature, it is not right, or it is not appropriate to analyze their actions through the lens of, or through the lens of the sadhana of varnashrama dharma, because varnashrama dharma is an institutionalized dharma which is under the folds of certain rules and regulations, as we are part of either different varnas and part of different ashramas. And that's the reason when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that Gopi Vartur Padakamalu Dasa Dasana Dasa. What does that mean? I mean, we can ask that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is such an exalted personality, Krishna himself, exemplifying the deeds and conducts of a sannyasi who is in the highest state of renounced order of life. How come such person can say that, I want to be a servant of the servant of the servant of the the lotus feet of Sri Krishna, the maintainer of the gopis? How can he wants to take shelter of such people who are opposite in gender? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who didn't want to see the face of a woman, saying that I want to take shelter, right? Because the gopas, they were not in the regular platform; they were in the transcendental platform. So with that understanding, let us move forward a little bit to see what are the next different verses that, how the gopis and Uddhavas express the glorious activities of gopis. So the next verse is also from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:47-58. Etha param tanuvrato bhuvi gopovadvo govinda eva nikilatmanis rudha bhava vanchanti yadvavo viyo munayo vayam cha kim brahma janmavir ananta katha rasasya भववित मुनिगण आर देवगण यहाँ चरण वांछा करे अनुक्षण से गोविंद रुध भवापन्न गोपी धन्य कृष्ण रस आगे ब्रह्म जन्म नाहे गण्य. The gopis have one pointed Rudha Bhava towards Sri Krishna, who is the soul of all living entities. This is the topmost level of Krishna Prema, and by this, their lives are successful. This bhava is hankered for not only by fearful person desiring liberation from this material existence, but also by great Mahapurushas, as well as devotees like ourselves. But none of us are able to attain it. For one whose mind is attached to Krishna Katha, these three kinds of birth, seminal, brahmanical, and sacrificial are not necessary. But for one who has no taste for hearing Krishna Katha, what is the benefit of taking birth, even as Brahma again and again for many, many eons? So with this verse and others, Uddhava is praising the crown jewels of all devotees, the gopis, who are worshipable by all the worlds. Now, what is the perfection of life? Perfection of life is really not achieved by worldly power, position, or fame. Na dhanam, na janam, na sundari. It is not achieved by our possession or aristocratic birth, beautiful wife, but achieved only by pure devotional service. And the devotional service, as we can understand, has got different levels, right? Now, here on this particular, with respect to this particular verse, I just wanted to touch upon a little bit about what we call the Swarupa. So we may ask, what is Swarupa? And so Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says to Arjuna that he remembers all the past, all the times that he has appeared in this world, and the deeds and actions that he performed. But Arjuna had forgotten. The question may come that why do we, even after appearing so many times, taking so many births in this world, how come we forgot all about our previous birth? The reason is we are confined into the bodily conception of life. The moment we understand who we are, what is our real position, what is our constitutional position, we will be not only be free for birth and death, but also, we become spiritualized. Actually, we are spiritual, but like, Krishnadas Kaviraj says in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Anadi Bahirmukha Jeev Krishna Bhuli Gela. So we have forgotten about Krishna. Why? Because we have been invited, we have been attracted to Krishna's external energy. Now, the Swarupa, understand what is Swarupa, you may ask. So Krishnadas Kaviraj says that Jive Swarupa, Nitya Krishnadas. So yes, we are servant of Krishna. But then in that position of servitude, there could be many services, right? That we might have performed while we were with Krishna, because we have taken ourselves away from Krishna. We have forgotten about our service. We have forgotten about how uniquely we were related to Krishna. Say Srila Prabhupada, what is Srila Prabhupada? What is his Swarupa? For example, somebody may ask. So Srila Prabhupada already has given an indirect reference about his Swarup in one of the songs, Markandeya's Bhagavad Dharma. If you read that song, Srila Prabhupada, we can understand that Srila Prabhupada was a Gopalak, right? So he used to play with with Krishna as a Gopalak. Now, but we all, but think about Srila Prabhupada's mercy as well. So from that position, Srila Prabhupada had to assume such a lower, position just to deliver us out of causeless mercy. Maybe Krishna said, it's your time, go preach, right? So never for a moment he thought about, oh, how can I come out of my great position that I have in Golok Vrindavan with you, Krishna, and go to the material world in a very, in the place of a Dukhalayam Asaswatam and preach to the people who are just ignorant. So that is the powerful, that is the mercy, that is the power of mercy of the great devotees. All our acharyas, they were all uniquely related to Krishna in a unique way. All our 6 Sadhgoswamis, they are none other than the Manjaris, right? So if we are Rupanugas, so we need to understand that we also are supposed to serve Krishna in the line of the Manjaris, right? It is important for us, and it should be a personal endeavor as we practice devotional service. Of course, Srila Prabhupada, I will not come to that aspect too much, but it is very important that we practice very sincerely and pray to Krishna and that Krishna, please help us, please uncover that apparent the apparent curtain that you have put before us, before me, for which I'm not able to see you, for which I'm not able to release the relationship that I am supposed to have. Because we are not able to release the relationship, because we have forgotten the relationship, even after being so attractive, even after Krishna, you being called, all attractive, I'm not feel that attraction in my heart, right? So that is what is very important for us. Now, the question may come that at what level, what point of time we can understand. Now, some of us, all of us at different stages in devotional service, we can understand from the 9 stages of devotional service. Now, some of us who are at the stage of asakti, or who are at the stage of nishtha, ruchi, asakti, after crossing the stage of anartha nibriti, they might develop the taste for holy name. They might, when they chant, their chanting could be through their chanting, they can offer, by mentally they can participate in the service of Radha Krishna. But again, that's something that we can do after we reach to a certain stage. It's not that we can do at all the stages. I will not discuss much about that part now, but it's and that at that point of time, when we progress, we make a significant progress in that path, we can understand that how I am uniquely related to Krishna. What is that unique relationship? And of course, a guru also sees the potential in the disciple, and guru can always reveal that swarupa to the disciple, provided the disciple has earned it, not that disciple can command. Going to the next verse, 10:44:1-4, again taken from Srimad Bhagavatam. So basically, this verse is about even devotees inclined towards Sri Bhagavan, opulence, Aishwarya. So even it's difficult for the pure devotees to attain the Gopi Bhav. So that has been described in this particular verse. Gopyastapaki kimacharan yad amusya rupam lavanya saram samartham ananya siddham drivi pivanti anusavavi vivam durupam ekanta dhama yashasya Shriya Aisharasya Yashasri Aisharya Dhama Durlavo Ekanta Oti Vola Vanna Saro Swata Siddha Kanta. কি তপ করিলা গোপী ইয়াহে অনুক্ষণ নয়নেতে সমরস করে আস্বাদন. Sokhi, I do not know, Sakhi means friends, I do not know what austerities the gopis have performed to be always drinking the sweetness of Krishna's form with their eyes. What is the nature of his form? It is the essence of bodily beauty. The lavanyas are within this material existence or above it. There is no beauty equal to his. What to speak of greater beauty? He is not decorated by anyone, nor is he perfected by ornaments and clothes. Rather, he is perfected in himself. While seeing in this form, one does not become satiated because its beauty increases at every moment. All fame, beauty, and opulence take shelter of it. Only the gopis are fortunate enough to have such a darshan of Krishna, no one else. So this particular text was spoken by young, beautiful woman of Mathura when Krishna was entering into the wrestling areas with Balaramji, and they got an opportunity to have a full darshan of Krishna, his unprecedented lustrous body. Lord may give association, but Krishna Prema is exclusive and ultimate treasure jewel reserved for pure devotees. So when Krishna was in this material world, we know there were many people who got association of Krishna, but not everybody became gopi. Not everybody became gopis, right? So even if Krishna appears in among us, it will be still we will not be able to develop that Krishna prema. It's very difficult. It's something that comes only with our own, of course, with our own sincere endeavor, but at the same time with the mercy of Guru, with the mercy of Krishna himself and other devotees as well. So what is the perfection of life? So Lord may give physical association, but Krishna prema is rare. Right? Krishna, the last thing Krishna wants to give is his prem, because the moment we get that Krishna prem, Krishna knows that he is going to be bound by us, our prem. So that is the last thing that is very, very exclusive. That's very, very rare. That's reserved. That's reserved for purest of the pure devotees. Krishna can give us anything and everything that we can ask, but Krishna prem is really, really rare. Even what to speak about others, even Lakshmi Thakurani, she couldn't attain the platform of Gopi's love. In Vrindavan, there is a place called Belvan, where Lakshmi Devi is still practicing austerity and penances to get entry into the Rasasthali, right? So Lakshmi Thakurani, who sits right on the chest of the Lord, he doesn't get an entry to the heart of the Lord. What to speak about others? Lord has all 6 opulences. So there is no point trying to attract Lord with any of those opulences that he is having. The only thing that he is craving for is love, is our love, right? How sincere our love is for Krishna. The definition and the profoundness of love is also something that we can understand at different stages of devotional service, at the 9 stages of devotional service. Our love for Krishna at the beginner stage versus our love for Krishna at the middle stage versus the love for Krishna which fructifies into prema, ripened form towards the end stage of prema and power. Lord was indebted to the gopis because of their selfless loving service. Right? Lord said that the only thing I cannot fulfill through my, I can repay everything, but I cannot repay the debt, the gopis that you have, the debt of the love that you have given to me. Krishna openly submitted that. The question is that, I asked that question, if Krishna is all attractive, why don't we feel attraction to Krishna? because Krishna's attractiveness is spiritual. So in order for feeling that attractiveness, we have to direct our senses. We have to spiritualize our senses as much as we can. And how we can do that? By listening to Krishna Katha, by hearing more Kathas, by taking shelter of his holy name, because Krishna's name is much more powerful, sublime, and merciful than Krishna. So that is how only we can feel attraction. There is no other way. And by chanting and chanting and chanting and chanting, when we get rid of our offenses, when we develop taste for holy name, when we develop that attraction, the spontaneity in our devotional service, we'll start feeling that attractiveness in Krishna. Then it will be very difficult to turn our eyes off Krishna. As gopis used to say that Vidhata, Brahma, doesn't have good intelligence, right? Because he has given eyelid. He has given eyelid, and what happens with the eyelid is that we cannot stare at a particular object for a long time, right? Because the eyelid automatically put the curtain on your eyes, and we kind of close the eyes. So the gopis used to say that the Brahma is a very unintelligent personality. He doesn't know how to create. Why has he put an eyelid on the eyes of the human form, right? Because not for a single moment the gopis wants to take their eyes off Krishna. So that's the level of attraction. Let's move on. The next verse has been taken from Govinda Lilamrita. So we'll understand a little bit. So we talked about Gopi's mood. Now we'll try to understand the mood of Radharani in the evening. So what is happening is, like I said, Krishna is coming back after grazing the cows with Balaramji, and Krishna will take bath. Krishna will go to milk the cows, and after that, Krishna will come back and take the prasadam, or take the evening meal. And those evening meals are prepared by Radharani and her sakhis, her friends. Now Radharani, although she prepares, she doesn't go and deliver the preparations directly to Yashoda Maya, right? It is done by her friends, but her friends will bring the remnants of what Krishna has taken back to Radharani, and also tell her the feedback whether Krishna liked her food or not. So we'll try to understand a little bit about. Listen, like I said, introduction to the evening pastimes, Samkaliya Leela, found in Govinda. This verse has been taken from Govinda Lilamrit. Sayam Radham Svasakhya Nijaramana Krita Prestane Kavojyam Sukhani Tesha Seshana Muditam Ridam Tam Chatam Chavrajendram Susnatam Ramya Vesham Graham Anujanani Lalitam Prapta Gostam Nirvidyo Sralidam Swagraham Anupunar Bhaktavatam Smarami. Shri Radhika Swayam Kale Krishna Lagi Pathaile Sokhi Haste Vividha Mishtana Krishna Bhukta Seshavani Sokhi Dila Sukhamuni Pana Radha Hoila Prasanna Santaramya Vesodhari Jashoda Lalita Hari Sakhya Saho Godhano Kare Nanavido Pakwa Anno Pana Hoila Prasanna Smoriyami Paramo Adare. So I remember Sri Radha, who in the evening sends many kinds of cooked foodstuffs with her sakhis to her lover Sri Krishna, and who becomes joyful by taking Krishna's remnants that are brought back to her by her sakhis. I remember Sri Krishna, who takes bath upon returning from cow herding, who who dresses very beautifully, and who is fondly attended in many ways by Mother Yashoda. He goes to the cow shed and after milking the cows returns home for his evening meal. So when Sri Radha sees that evening has come in her heart, she becomes very eager and thinks now Krishna must have returned from cow herding. In the kitchen, she wears a white dress and together with her sakhis prepares many kind of sweets, Amrita Keli, Karpura Keli, Chandrakanti, Modaka, all the preparation put into new clay pots and covered with white clothes. She placed the pots in the hands of her Nitya Sakhis, the Asta Sakhis, and the Prana Sakhis to take to her Priyatam Nanda Bhavan, right? So, like I said, Sakhis will depart, and Sri Radha will not physically go with them, but Sri Radha's mind is always with Krishna. So, Sri Radhika's mind follows them. She thinks that when my Sakhis will reach house of Nanda, Maya will embrace them to her heart, and she will remember me, give him her blessings, and my Prananaths, Sri Krishna will be surrounded by Nanda Baba and other Sakhas and will start eating preparations. Anyway, so that's how Radharani is thinking as she is making the preparation and sending those preparation to Nanda Bhavan. So this is a Vipralamba, it's a selfless act of loving service epitomized in Srimati Radharani. One of the things that we have to understand is that none of the gopis were ever attracted to Krishna's opulence. What to speak about Radharani. So it's the introduction of moods of Radharani, and we will see that how the interplay of different conflicting moods. What are the different activities that for which Radharani's mood swings from one end to the other end. So this gives us an inspiration to chant in the moods of separation. So we can, those of us who are who try to think of any pastimes of Radha Krishna Leela. There are many pastimes based on our nature, how we feel attracted to Krishna. In Dasya Bhav, Sakya Bhav, Madhurya Bhav, we can pick up one of those leelas and we can smaran. We can meditate upon as we chant. Of course, with the caveat that once we have a developed taste in holy name, otherwise we do not slip away from our regulative ways of chanting and become sahajiyas. So we have to be very careful when in the process of transition, making sure that yes, we are now ready to absorb in that mood. Otherwise, it could be disastrous. Okay, so we'll start with Saptama Yama Sadhana, which is basically 8:30 to 12. So this is called Pradoskalia Bhajana or Vipralamba Prema. So the previous verse give a introduction of Vipralamba. We'll see with the seventh verse of 6th Ashtakam, which starts with, and then we'll move forward. The internal symptom of devotion at the stage of perfection, Sadhya Bhakti, is the worship of Krishna in the mood of separation. So this is Ashtakam 7th verse. Yugaitam nimeshena chakshusha pravishaitam shunnaitam jagat sarva govinda virahena me. So, like I said, based on our level of realization, we can understand, appreciate, release these different verses. So on one hand, we can see that this is a verse of Sistastakam, which basically describe the progressive stages of the different moods in devotional service. The other way we can look at as Radharani being personified in a literature. So this is none other than Radharani herself, right? This is exactly the Vipralamba mood, right? This is Radharani personified. If we want to understand Radharani, we have to understand this verse. We have to understand Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first. Udvego divaso nayaya shano hoila yuga samo varasaro megho prayo ashruvarse nayana govinda virahe sunya hoila tribu vana tusanale pode yena nayaya jivana. O Sakhi, in separation from Govinda, even a moment seems like a millennium. Tears pour from my eyes like torrents of rain in the monsoon season, and this entire world seems empty. So this is the loving mood of separation for one lover to her counterpart, right? In materialistically, sometimes we have felt that way, isn't it? And that's why, time and again, I'm trying to put that caution. We have to guard ourselves against what we are hearing. We have to have that level of maturity. Now, someone may ask, what is Gopi Bhav, right? Or when can we really develop this taste? Or when can we go to this transition to this particular phase? And I was listening to one lecture, and the question was asked that, what is Gopi Bhav? In a simpler way, in a simplest way, the Gopi Bhav can be defined is that the degree of our inner consciousness crying for Krishna, right? My Gopi Bhav will be defined by how much spontaneously I can cry for Krishna in the feeling of separation, right? So someone, whether someone is qualified to be practicing Raganuga versus practicing Vaidhi is defined by whether I feel, how many hours in a day I feel crying for Krishna in separation, right? And when when that feeling, when I get absorbed in that feeling, when someone gets absorbed in that feeling and spontaneously cries in separation for Krishna, then the rules and regulations are not applicable for that person. But if you don't feel that mood of separation, if you don't feel that, if you don't feel that spontaneous mood of crying in separation for Krishna, all the rules and regulation applies. Right? So the gopis, the reason why they are so exalted, because they had they had only one great quality, which which no other great personalities had, because they could spontaneously cry for Krishna in separation. So let us understand a little bit, technically, Radharani's mood of separation. Of course, we cannot understand the essence. I cannot understand the essence, but appreciate that essence. But technically, how different acharyas are described the Vipralamba Bhajan. So what is happening here? That Radharani is affected by two ragas. One is Pravasa, the other one is Purva Raga. What is Pravasa? Pravasa means when Radharani is actually sending the different food items made for her lover, Krishna, Jashodanandan. So she is sending the preparation, but she cannot go with her friends. She cannot go to Nanda Bhavan with her friends. That's a physical separation. So that's a pravasa. And the second one is Purvaraga, because Radharani knows that now is the time when she will be able to meet her lover, right? Because all the Rasa Leelas, etc. So the timing is now coming up. The timing is 8:30 to 12. So the Purvaraga is driven by three other sub-moods. One is Rati, attraction, eagerness, anxiety, right? So when we want to get something, it happens in material platform, it happens in spiritual platform. Only thing is that the desires are a bit spiritualized, right? So, for example, I have ordered something which I love the most, any material object, and it's coming through. I've ordered it through Amazon, right? It's on its way, So there's a significant amount of anxiety is there, right? When can I get it? When can I see it? When can I see it, right? That kind of anxiety. Now in the spiritual platform, right? Convert Amazon object with Lord Krishna and say that, oh, when can I see you? Oh Lord, when can I see you? Oh Lord, when can I see you? Right? At our level, that can be replaced with the mood of, oh Lord, give me more opportunity to chant your holy name. When can I chant your holy name? When can I chant more number of rounds? Right? When can I develop sincerity? That eagerness, that anxiety, the spiritual anxiety is very important for us in order for us to move forward, right? That helplessness, oh, I am so fallen, I'm not able to move. Krishna, please help me. Oh, see, other devotees, right? Pleading them that, I'm not able to make much progress. What can I do? Please help me, right? And when Krishna sees that, that eagerness among us, that mental anxiety, that yes, that person is really now looking forward to get my association through my holy name, etc. Krishna will fulfill all the desires, right? So that is the level of anxiety that we have to develop. Of course, Radharani's anxiety, that is in a different platform, but at our platform, that level of anxiety, if we want to call it as a Vipralamba Bhajana, that anxiety has to transfer into that how can I chant more number of rounds? Krishna, give me the strength, right? Guru Maharaj, give me the strength. Please give Savar your mercy so that we can chant more round. So that we can take shelter of your holy name. Because without holy name, there is nothing else that I can take shelter of. Without your holy name, there is nothing else that can support me in this material, in this ocean of materialistic nescience. So that's the eagerness. That's the mood that we need to have. Otherwise, we will not be able to make a significant, meaningful progress in spiritual life. And the Vyagrata. So we talked about both eagerness and Vyagrata, right? Vyagrata means, yes, I have to go. I have to go. The time, when is the time? When is the time coming up? So Radharani's mood is Vyagra, means, she's very, she's anxious, she's eager. And at the same time that the attachment which is coming in her mind to meet her lover, Lord, is also, manifesting in the whole, in the whole spectrum of this is Vipralamba Rasa, right? So again, I'm not qualified to speak about, but with my little intelligence, that's what I could understand. And burning husks, right, is very difficult to extinguish. So for us, the burning husks are our material desires. It keeps on and on and on. Right? It keeps on burning. It keeps on pulling us down. It keeps on deviating us from the path of devotional service. It keeps on, kicking us out of the path of spiritual progress because it's so strong. It never gets extinguished. That's the problem. But for Radharani, it's the other way, right? For a pure devotee, it's the other way. The thought of Krishna will never disappear. Is so absorbed, like we are so absorbed in materialistic sense gratification. The pure devotee at a pure transcendental spiritual platform is always so absorbed in Krishna's name, Krishna's pastime, that even if he wants, he cannot come out of it. So that's the difference. So the nature is pretty very same, but the objects are just different. The objects just, they're just 180-degree opposite of each other. Let's come to the other object of attraction. Just go through. Gopya King Acharad Ayam Kusalam Smavenur Damodara Damodar Dhara Sudham Api Gopikanam Bhunte Swayam Yad Avasita Rasam Ratinyo Rishat Tvachosru Mumuchus Tarabo Yathar Yaha. O he sokhi kiva tapo koila Krishna venu gopi prapya mukham vrita piye puna puna avasheso jale deya toru ashu chale sadhu putra prapte yena pitra ashu kale. So this is Radharani describing to Lalita Sakhi. That's what I understand. What pious activities has this flute performed to release the nectar of Krishna's lip, which is meant for us gopis? He is drinking all the rasa and not even leaving us one drop. Sakhi, upon seeing the good fortune of the Venu, the Yamuna, Manasi Ganga, and other rivers and ponds manifest the ecstatic symptom of horripilation in the form of blossoming lotus and other flowers. The trees shed tears of love, delighted to have such a descendant in their dynasty, just as a noble person are delighted that a Vaishnava has taken birth in their family. So very so Radharani is feeling envious about Krishna's Venu. Why? Because Krishna's Venu has Krishna's Venu is the most fortunate, and Radharani thinking herself as most unfortunate. Why? Because Krishna's Venu gets maximum association of Krishna's lip. So, we know we have object of attraction, and this is what happens. When there is one hero and too many heroines. But the point really is that in material platform also, we know that Dhyato Vishayam Pumsu Sangaste Supajayate Sangat Sangat Kamat Kamat Krodha Vijayate Krodhat Bhavati Samoho Samohat Siti Bhumo Siti Vimsat Buddhinasat Buddhinasat Punashati. So that is something, as we are talking about at a material, gross material sense, gross material platform, right? Dhyato Vishayam Pumsu. So at a very elevated spiritual platform, the same stage of, the same sequence of mental state occurs, but the object of attraction is somebody else, right? So it's like Dhyato, Krishna Pumso. So when we constantly contemplate in Krishna, and gopis and Radharani, they constantly absorbed, contemplating in Krishna and different kind of thoughts, different kind of mood swings that's happening, right? So much so that Krishna's paraphernalia is also an object of envy, right? So these are basically called asuya or sanctuary bhavas for the gopis whose love for Krishna is ever increasing and unsatisfied. And what is the beautiful, and the other interesting aspect about their bhav is that they can always find out new ways to extend that vipralamb, right? So they can always find out new thought process and constantly keep dwelling on Krishna, meditating on Krishna. So that's the beauty. Like different materialistic thoughts come to our mind, it comes and goes. Similarly, and even if we feel exhausted, but still something or other will come. So similarly, one of the beauty or one of the peculiarity of gopis' love for Krishna is that it never ends. Their thought never ends. They always find out new ways of thinking about Krishna, right? So that's what keeps gopis and Radharanis completely at a different stage from where we are, or even pure devotees where we are. So for us, we need to understand that we will never be satisfied with. We should never be satisfied with our level of sadhana. If and the point of inspiration for us is that Lord's paraphernalias are also none other than the Lord, right? It's a treasure jewel for us. We see in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's life when he gives Kunjamala to Raghunath Das Goswami, he gives something to Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, and those are like treasure jewel for them. They keep them with them lifelong, as if they are having Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with them, right? So that's the level of that's the level of consciousness. That's the level of belongingness. That's the level of absorption. The great devotees, the great acharyas had. The vows in devotional services limits no boundary. Gopis used to found new ways of unsatisfaction, right? So they are never ever satisfied. I have got another 4 minutes, or how much time I'm left with? Janvi?
Yes, Prabhuji. Prabhuji, you have 6 more minutes.
Okay, fine, thank you. So gopis used to find new ways of being unsatisfied. We say that, spiritual, what is it that we hear, right? The spiritual life is all blissful, it's all very satisfactory. But we see here that even at a certain stage, of Krishna consciousness, life is also very unsatisfied because of not having Krishna. Gopis used to find new ways of unsatisfaction. And that unsatisfaction used to give them joys. Like the unsatisfaction from different material objects and sense gratification keeps us moving towards acquiring those. Similarly, such unsatisfied feeling or desire for Krishna used to push the gopis to do more. So this verse, like I said, this verse was spoken, Srila Sanatana Goswami says this verse was spoken to Lalita Sativas by none other than Srimati Radharani. It's come to mood of intoxication, and we'll definitely cover one more verse, which is very important. Of course, I do not know anything about that verse, but we can talk about the significance of that verse. So let's quickly look at 10:21:11. Dhanyasma mudha gatayopi harinna eta yananda nandanam upatta vichitra vesham akarna venum ratinam saha Krishna sara pujam dadhur virachitam pranayavalokai. Krishna Chitra Veshesya Chakshate Hariya Taharo Vamsari Dhvani Karnete Suniya Pujaro Vidhano Koila Pranayo Nayone Krishna Saro Saho Ajo Dhanya Mrigi Gane. O Sakhi, when Nandana Shyamsundar, wearing beautiful multicolored attire, vibrates a sweet melody of his flute, even the doves, which means the deers, who are foolish due to having taken birth from womb of ignorant animals, run towards him along with their husbands and gaze upon him with love-laden eyes. They are not merely gazing, Sakhi, but they are worshipping him with crooked, sidelong glances from their large lotus-like eyes, and he is accepting their worship with his own loving sidelong glance. The lives of these deer are truly blessed. Sakhi, although we are gopis of Vrindavan, we are unable to offer ourselves like these because our family members harass us. How ironic. So this is the state of mind of Rajaramanis. The restlessness is because of their inability to be satisfied, right? Never satisfied with the amount of service, never satisfied with the desire to serve Krishna. So it's basically part of Venu Madhuri, the glorification of Krishna's Venu. It's been described here. Krishna, somebody is coming. So ears listening to Krishna's flute, completely submerged in prema rasa. So the moment they used to hear Krishna's flute, it used to take them to a different level of transcendental mellows. And mental speculation in bhavas, moved in concealed way. So there are different kind of bhavas which, the technicality and understanding and will take a lot of time. So we will not get into those. Let's come to the next one, I guess. Interesting. So the Vrajadevi's longing to meet with Krishna increases more and more. Eagerness, utkantha, and longing, lalasa, to meet Krishna is very helpful for sadhaka. So we need to have utkantha and lalasa for us to progress in Krishna consciousness. I will not talk about this one. Let's come to the other one. Given that I have got another 2-3 minutes, so I will just cover the last verse. Okay, yes. This verse is very one of the most exalted verse in Gaudiya Vaishnava literature. The sentiment of Sri Radha in the state of Dura Pravasa, separation by distance, are most favorable for the meditation of sadhaka who immersed in the sentiments should read Srimad Bhagavatam's Brahma Gita and other chapters. So this verse that we are going to recite is taken from Sri Madhavendra Puri's Padavali. Oi Dina Dayadra Nath He Mathura Nath Kadavolo Kashe Hridayam Tava Hridayam Tvad Aloka Katoram Daita Brahmati Kim Karumi Aham. He Dino Dayadronath, He Krishna Mathuranath, Kabe Puno Pavo Darshana, Na Dekhi Se Chandamukho, Vyathito Hridaye Dukho, He Doito Kikoricha Akhono. O you whose heart is most merciful to the wretched, O Master, O Lord of Mathura, when will I see you again, O beloved Lord of my life? Because I cannot see you, my heart has become agitated. What shall I do now? So this verse is expressing Radharani's transcendental madness, which is like the full fructification and maturity of all the different rasa, all the different bhavas that she is undergoing. So this verse, like Kasturba jewel is one of the topmost of the jewels. This verse is the foremost among the rasa poetry. Now, the significance of this verse is that there are only 3 people in the entire creation who understood this verse, the inner mood of this verse. Those 3 people were, one is Radharani, who herself encouraged or inspired Madhavendra Puri to write this particular verse. So of course Madhavendra Puri, being empowered by Radharani, understood the inner mood of this verse. And finally it was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who understood, who actually was living by this verse. So this verse represents Chaitanya Mahaprabhu during his pastimes in Gambhira. So such was the ecstaticness of Radharani's mood that Krishna himself didn't understand what is that mood with which Radharani feels so attraction towards him. And Krishna wants to taste that particular mood. And he appeared in the material world none other than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to release this particular verse when he was there in the material, when he was there in the earth. So when he used to listen to this verse, he would all the Ashtasattvic Vikar will be manifesting from his body, right? He will cry. Will have goosebumps. The bloods will come out of his body. He will, the sweat will come out of his body. So that is this verse is none other than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personified. So we have to understand again, of course, it's very difficult to understand the mood. We have to constantly pray, and again, this is not something that we have the adhikar, right? We will be qualified ever to understand this mood, because these are like I said, like even our great Acharya said that these are like treasure jewels of rasa poetry. But I just want to conclude with this verse. Any question from anyone? Thank you very much. I think I took a little extra time. Sorry about that.
Amazing class. We actually are waiting for we have a treat. We have two Prabhupada disciples coming to give spiritual discourse. So I want to either Dhir Krishna Prabhu, Radha Gopinath Prabhu, or Chaitanya Prabhu can let me know if there's any time for questions, or if we should if we don't have time for questions. So
I think Mother Nidra's class is at 3:30, right? Dhir Prabhu?
Yeah, Prabhu. So we have 10 minutes before Mother Nidra joins. So yeah, we can discuss or have some questions for about 5-7 minutes.
At this point, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to message in the chat.
Very well nice class, Prabhuji. It was very thorough. I mean, it was nice. I know it's a very tough subject. You researched really well.
If there's any questions now, Prabhuji, was a great class, really wonderful class. If there's a question, you could please feel free to ask it. I don't know, Prabhuji, I think you explained it so well, there may not be any questions.
I don't know, I'm not qualified. Like I said, this is a very confidential topic. But yeah. This is what happens when a great murk, right? A great foolish person tries to talk about a subject matter which is beyond his reach. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
If no one has a question, I have a quick request for Prabhuji. If no one has a question.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Prabhuji, your voice is very blessed. Maybe you can just recite 1 or 2 verses that you took or you liked. It was so nice hearing those verses in your voice.
Okay. All right, I will. So, these few verses, I'll read text 6. Sangi Krishna Udara Saho Muralira Kanishpa Satyabhava Jangame Kaila Sando Inapurupane Pulukita Koila O Vijitra Lakshane Krishna Raya Prano Pete Jai Kote Choki Viri Krishna Diveno Amai. Portuguese, the elegant charm of two brothers, Bhajan and Gauranga Balaram, are quite unique and wonderful. In Samsung, together with his cowherd prince, leads the cows from the forest. Another one
Sorry,
forest.
Sorry, Prabhuji, I think your voice is breaking. Is it just me or?
No, Prabhuji, it's breaking for me too. I thought it was just me.
Sorry.
It's going on and off. Yeah, it's breaking, bro.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes, Prabhuji, wonderful.
Okay. O Sakhis, the elegance and charm of the two brothers, our Samsundar and Gaurasundar Balaram, are quite unique and wonderful. When Samsundar, together with his cowherd friends, leads the cows from one forest to another by sweetly playing the melody of his venue, he binds the top of his turban with the yoga rope, which is used for binding the legs of cows. And from his shoulders, like Pitambara, hangs the rope known as Pasa. Upon seeing that sweet, unparalleled beauty and hearing the sound of the Venu, moving living entities such as animals, birds, as well as rivers, and what to speak of human beings become like stone, and extended symbols like horripilation and display in non-moving entities such as trees. See, how can I describe the magical sound of the flute? That's the significance. Krishna used to play the flute. The non-living used to become living entities, and the living entities used to become non-living entities. So let's quickly go to another one.
Yeah,
Haridasa Bhajan.
Your voice was little breaking little bit.
Okay. This verse is very famous in Srimad Bhagavatam also about Giriraji. Haridasa Varjai Giri Govardhana Rama Krishna Pada Sparsha Sukhe Achetana Sakadin Sa Krishna Atitya Karila Paniya Kandara Kanda Muro Nivedila. So this is the purification of Govardhan. Post he is this mountain Govardhan is the crown jewel of Sri Hari's servants. Blessed is his fortune. By the touch of his lotus feet of love of Krishna and Baladev Prabhu, who is most pleasing to the eyes, Govardhan is blossoming with delight and supplying crystal clear water, soft grass, wonderful caves, and varieties of fruits. By thus serving Krishna and Balaram, who are surrounded by the cowherd boys and cows, he highly honors them. So these are the pradevis who are interpreting with Krishna is basically describing the fortunes of all other living entities who get constant association of Krishna and their fortunes. So our state is very last, right? So
your voice is breaking again. Sorry.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, this is better.
Okay. So our position, I think the position that we can take in Krishna consciousness is the position of Haridas. How we can serve Krishna? Because anyway we are all one class. So ideally we should all have daily vows rather than serving purpose. That means we should be always in mood of service as much as we can. And even if we do it in the Dagama, our attitude always would be service attitude. How do we help? How do we help the other communities in preparation of Krishna's different that would be rather than participating in the leaders, in mind, our practice would be to serve, to prepare for those, to make the arrangement for those different sites at the manas level. Okay, so the next verse. This is from Chaitanya Charitamrita. Mahagavat dekhe sthavar jangama taha taha hoy tar Shri Krishna skurana স্থাবর জঙ্গম দেখে না দেখে তার মূর্তি স্থাবর হয় তাঁরও ইষ্ট দেব স্ফূর্তি Hearing the sweet sound of Krishna's flute, the Vrajadevis, who are attached to Krishna with profound love, Krishna Anuragini, have become overwhelmed with prema. They started speaking with Sakhis from their own groups about the effects of the sound of flute, Venunada, and other such topics, with metaphors describe how lifeless river exhibit transformations upon love, upon hearing the sweet sound of Krishna's Venu. Although it is not possible for rivers to experience any feeling, the Vraja Ramanis who are endowed with Mahabhav are controlled by the astonishing natures, do not consider whether a being is sentient or insentient, and they ascribe their own respective bhavas everywhere they look. Whatever mood and relationship an Uttam Adhikari devotee has with his worshipable deity, Sri Bhagavan, the same mood and relationship is seen by him to exist in all living entities. This is a very important verse which we can learn and apply in our life, for all practical purpose. So whatever way we feel attracted to Krishna in one of the 5 different rasas, we can also develop relationship with all the other living entities, right? Because being a devotee, the primary quality of being a devotee is to be compassionate towards others. And if we cannot express that compassion towards others, there is fundamentally something wrong in our devotional service. So this is a very, very important verse for all of us. Okay. Prabhuji, stop me when you think that the next program is going to start.
Yes, Prabhuji. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll continue with the next one. Vidata he nahi daya কিছুই তোমারো মৈত্র ভাবে প্রাণয়েতে দেহি দেহি সম্ময়েতে কেন এতে কইলা অভিচার কেন এতে কইলা অভিচার অক্রতথা অবস্থায় বিয়োগ করিলা হয় বালকেরও চেষ্টা এই ব্যাপার ও বিধাতা You are the only one who arranges everything, but there is not even a trace of mercy in your heart. First, you unite living entities in this world with friendship and love. But before they can fulfill their desires and hopes, you pointlessly separate them while they are still unsatisfied. The truth is that, like the play of a child, this whimsical behavior of yours is useless. So, the Vrajadevis, whose heart have been seized by Krishna, are distressed in fear of impending separation from him. So this is the verse when the Gopas are speaking to each other when Krishna is about to leave Vrindavan towards Mathura. So they have heard that Akrura has come with a chariot to take their Samsundar to Mathura. Tormented by the fear of impending separation, the Vrajadevis, speaking to like-minded gopis, expressing their own special sentiments of loves and affliction of separation. Now, there are...
Sorry, Prabhu, to interrupt 1 second. Prabhu, Mother Nidra must be waiting or something, entering into the meeting?
No, I don't see anybody yet, Prabhu.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So Sri Krishna is going to Mathura, and the Gopas are expressing their sentiments, their mood in this particular verse. I was talking about different classification of gopis. I think some of you know already knowing the Krishna Prabhu and little. So some of the gopis, when they had their own groups also. Right? Some of the gopis were a bit Santa in nature. Some of the gopis were quite opposite to each other in terms of their their share of rights on Krishna. There's a group led by Chandravali, right? Sri Krishna is going to Madhupuri. Hearing this, the lustre of Bhadra's lotus face, the lotus face of the Tathashta gopis withered and become dejected. Shyamala and other Shrutapuksha gopis dressed, their dresses, belts, hair, and on, other things loosened in Samadhi. Chandravali, who is Vipaksha, began to see Sri Govinda in her heart, which was lost in meditation. The crown jewel of all Rajagopis, Mahabhavavati Srimati Radhika, Sapaksha gopis like Lalita, Vishaka, and other beloved of Sri Krishna, envisioned in their hearts their Prana Priyatamas, their most supreme loving object. Various amorous activities.
Interrupt you, bro.
Yes.
I think Mother Tidra is here.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.